and smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Vass, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York, and I hope you're having a great day. It's July 12th, a week after the 4th of July celebration. It is currently 2:33. We're about 1 minute off. Oh, my God, but not so bad. And I'm happy to be here with every one of you. Please, I appreciate each and every one of you. Take a moment, hit the like, the share. Most of all, please subscribe. We're over 1,900 subscribers. We're almost over to 2,000. We want to get to 5,000 by the end of the year. We can do it with your help. Why? Because we respect the First Amendment. We look forward to hearing your voice from around the world to talk about the issues that affect each and every one of us. And I think that's one of the most important things, because this is a conversation between you and me via the live chat, SuperChat, RumbleRants, X, or on Instagram. I'm looking forward to hearing from each and every one of you about all of these things that are going on right now. And I mean, that's everything from Khanna to Lindsey Graham to what's happening in with Iran and the IRGC, the Strait of Hormuz, inflation, the things that are going to affect and move your life. We're going to touch on all of that, plus any of the comments that you have in the conversation, in the chat, because I look forward to hearing your voices. Whether you agree or you disagree, as long as it's respectful, I want to hear what you have to say. And if something is breaking or something that is different, let me know. I want to talk with you about all of that. Okay, so with that said, obviously, one of the biggest things is Lindsey Graham. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina passed away last night. It was very sudden. No one expected this. We were told it was a sudden illness. Who knows what it could have been? Could have been COVID. Could have been a heart attack. Could have been, I don't know, brain aneurysm. Could have been almost anything. I don't think that's the important news of how he died, but the fact that he did die. And this changes the outlook of 2026, 2028. It has a lot of impact about everything that's going on in American politics. It directly affects the Trump administration and its efforts going forward. We're going to talk about all of that. First of all, the first comment of the day came from Bronner. And Bronner says, good afternoon. Well, good afternoon to you too, Bronner. I hope you'll have a great time tonight. Thank you for taking some time to be here with us. So, by the way, and for everyone who's following football or soccer, the World Cup. Argentina advanced, which is one of my two teams. I was, as you may recall, when the World Cup just before it started, I said I wanted to see either Argentina or Germany make it to the end and to win potentially. And so far, Argentina's still in there. U.S. dropped out, but they played very well. We saw Germany. I don't know how Germany lost. I just don't understand that. That made no sense to me. But okay, Germany's out. But Argentina is still in with some controversy. But of course, there's always controversy in the World Cup about when a team drops and all the things that happen. But Argentina is advancing. I'm looking pretty good. I know a lot of people are looking at Spain, France, but I don't care. I think it's going to be Argentina. We'll see. That's my prediction there. Argentina, they're still in the race. They're still my team to win, but we'll see. But let me go back to the breaking news and what's been happening here. And we're going to start off with something a little bit different than what probably everyone is thinking about. I'm going to talk about Hamas. I know you're thinking, well, everyone's talking about Lindsey Graham. I will get to him. Some people are talking about Khanna. Not that many, but some are, and they should be. And we'll talk about Khanna in just a moment. By the way, he's a member of Congress out of California. We'll talk about him and why he's making news headlines today. But I want to, and of course, I want to talk about what's happening with Iran. But before we get to that, I want to talk about what's happening here in terms of Hamas. Some news came out earlier this week, and I did address it when we first heard about this in a short, you may have seen the short video I did on it, that Hamas, and it's being reported by virtually every major news media organization, that Hamas has given up, that they have surrendered. And you hear this all the time. Look at this title. And this is coming from, this is the Daily Tribune, News of Bahrain. News of Bahrain. I bet you didn't even know that what their news organizations were, but this is from the News of Bahrain. And they go, Hamas gives up Gaza. What? Hamas gave up Gaza? That's right. And every headline you can find from around the world says, oh no, Hamas gave up. They've given up. They've walked away. They surrendered. And that's not true. It's very important to understand. That's not true. Hamas did not give up. Hamas is just as much of a terrorist organization today as it was 4 days ago. So don't be fooled by Hamas gives up. It doesn't mean that Hamas has given up on terrorism. They have not. But what they have done is something that the people of Palestine have been asking, well, the Palestinian people, I should say. There is no Palestinian state. The Palestinian people have been eagerly awaiting an opportunity where they could either vote for a government, which Hamas stopped once they took power. There were no more elections after that because they're terrorists. But the people have been waiting for either an opportunity to vote and elect a different government or to see Hamas overpowered. And essentially what has happened as a consequence of the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attack against Israel that wound up killing 34 Americans and resulted in 22 Americans being taken hostage, kidnapped, tortured, sexually abused every day for 584 days. Well, and they murdered 17 of those 22 hostages by the end of it. Well, guess what? The fact is that Hamas, the consequences have come to them. And as much as they wanted to kill Palestinians, and they did, at the end, as this conflict, the war between Israel and Hamas, as that ended, as the peace deal came into effect, Hamas turned on the Palestinian people and murdered hundreds, if not thousands, of their own people. That's Hamas who did that because they're terrorists, because they didn't believe that many of the other Palestinians around them were faithful enough, supportive enough, that they didn't die in enough numbers, something like that. And so the reckoning has come. Hamas has lost a large amount of its support as a result of their terror attack, which they knew, and everyone in the world knew, that would result in a war, and it would be devastation for Gaza and the Palestinian people. Everyone knew that was the obvious answer. And Hamas was counting on the fact that they would have enough Harvard and Columbia academic elites to support them that they would be able to get away with it. And perhaps if Joe Biden and or Kamala Harris had gotten elected in 2024, then maybe they would have been able to get away with it. But that isn't what happened. Donald Trump was elected with the United States saying, the people, 77 million of them saying, this is too much. We cannot abide this anymore. And this must end. Well, that's a good thing. And the consequence for Hamas has been they lost a bit of their power. They are giving up the government, the governance, being in control of Gaza. Essentially, they gave up being the governor. To put it in American terms for American people, if you're thinking of one of our states, it would be like giving up the governorship, or giving up, for other people in the world, giving up the control, the mayor of a city. That's essentially what Hamas has done. They gave up, or rather, and I still can't even say that. I keep saying this because the news media keeps saying, well, they gave it up. They didn't. They said that they will give it up. They said that they intend to give it up, that they are willing to give up the power, not that they have done so. This is, again, coming from Bahrain, July 8th. Hamas has dissolved the body that governed Gaza's civil affairs since 2007, signaling a willingness to hand over day-to-day administration. See, that's the key. Oh, they dissolved it, but they're still in charge. And they're willing to give the power to someone else, someone who's not a terrorist, someone other than Israel, of course, but someone that isn't Hamas or Iran. They're willing to give the power over. Willing, but they haven't done it. They said on paper that they will give up the government and the power of the government of Gaza, but they haven't actually done it. And see, that little bit of wiggle room there, that difference between what's on paper and what's actually in reality, that is important, because Gaza is still controlled by Hamas, a terrorist organization. And they are still going to keep their weapons. They are still going to advance their ideology, their declaration to genocide the people of Israel, something that they said well before 2007. That is their mission statement. That is their constitution. That is their goal. They have it in writing. They have said it publicly, repeatedly, especially on October 8th. They said it then. They have no intention of ever stopping the fight. So while a lot of people are looking at this, and I know a lot of the pro-Hamas supporters out of Columbia and Harvard, the academic circle in the United States, those elites, they'd like to look at this and say, no, but this is a new leaf. That means there's going to be more peace. No, there isn't. Hamas is still a terrorist organization, still directly linked to Iran, still willing to commit acts of terror to kill and genocide everyone who doesn't believe what they believe. They have not changed. Nothing has changed except some paperwork. The names on paper. Why? Because now this will allow the UN to install a temporary government, and that means that there will be a flood of humanitarian aid that will go into Gaza in larger numbers than ever before, because Hamas is no longer there. And Hamas will continue to do what they have always done with humanitarian aid. They will go and they will steal it, and they will take it away from the Palestinian people, as they have always done. The estimates are somewhere between $30 to 50%, conservatively, most often quoted is 40% of all humanitarian aid. That's food, water, fuel. 40% is taken by Hamas to fuel and fund its capability to continue to commit acts of terror. It's that simple. And now there will be more food, more water, more fuel that will be happening, and more infrastructure to hide for those terrorists to hide among than ever before. They are literally just preparing themselves for the next wave of war, the next wave of terrorism, where they try to genocide anyone and everyone, especially in Israel, but anyone and everyone that doesn't believe what they believe. Remember, on October 7th, they didn't care who you were. They were killing people from Thailand. They were killing British. They were killing the French, the German. They were killing people from over 56 different countries, not just Israelis, because they are terrorists, and terrorists lie every time. The only people who lie more than terrorists are communists. They lie always. Never trust them. And this is something that will buy them a lot of goodwill from a lot of dumb people who want to believe. They feel like this is the path to peace. It isn't. They feel, and they want to feel, like this means there will be a two-state solution, and that won't happen because Hamas has not gone away. They have not put down their weapons. They have not ended their war. They have not tried to end they're not going to stop doing a genocide. They will continue. And they have said that in every single statement, even if, and I do mean if, big if, they are not involved in the government of Gaza, well, they're going to be everywhere else. Whether they're in the government directly or not, they are still going to be taking the supplies. They are still going to be building up soldiers. They're still going to be committing acts of terror. So for all those people who weren't sure, and all the elites at the colleges that are running around going, oh my God, they call themselves pro-Palestine. They're really pro-Hamas. And they're saying, oh my God, this is the best thing that's ever happened. No, it's not. This is really bad news. In 5 years, you will see this cycle start again. Not because of Israel, because Hamas. Because Hamas has not stopped. They haven't given up anything. They did not surrender. They are not giving up power. They are not ending the terrorism. And that, I think, is something that needs to be said. So Bronner has a question. And Bronner asks, and there are no dumb questions, folks. If you ask an honest question, I'm happy to answer any question that anyone in my audience might have on any political topic. And so Bronner says, this may be a dumb question, and I'm a bit surprised I don't know. What happens to Lindsey Graham's seat? Okay, I'm going to answer that in just a moment. I wanted to deal with that aspect of international news before I go any further, because I wanted to deal with that because no one heard about it. It happened, and almost every major news media glossed it over, just ignored it. There were other things that were happening, mostly with Iran, the IRGC, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but the IRGC and Iran. So no one paid attention. But this is important. One, this explains why Iran didn't make the peace deal about Hamas. They only made it about Hezbollah, because they knew that they were cutting off Hamas. They effectively cut them off and said, back down, behave. We're not going to be able to support you while we have the ceasefire with the United States. They're running out of money. They don't have the ability to be able to support their terrorist actions, especially if that ignites Israel and therefore brings America back into that conflict. Well, then the peace deal would die. So this was very important. They were willing to make a deal for Hezbollah, but not Hamas, because they have no faith in Hamas. They have no trust in Hamas, because Hamas are terrorists. just like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Iran. You can't trust any of them. They don't trust each other. We shouldn't trust any of them. But that's my point of view. So I wanted to cover that because I thought it was pretty damn important. But of course, like you were mentioning, Bronner, what about Lindsey Graham? Because everybody's talking about Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham, South Carolina Republican, 71 years old. 71 is dead. There have been 5 other members of Congress that have died this year, most of them because of old age. 4 Democrats, now 2 Republicans, so 6 in total. And it's because of old age. And God help us, Mitch McConnell might be right there with Lindsey Graham, depending on which report you're looking at, depending on who's talking about it. Mitch McConnell is either an invalid, deathly ill, dead already, or recovering. Who knows which one of those stories is true? He doesn't look like he's well. It doesn't sound like Mitch McConnell is well. Either way, he's going to be out of politics. The question is, when? And there's a reason why Mitch McConnell has not been removed yet. It's about politics. It's about the midterm elections. Same thing with Lindsey Graham. So we see from Politico, they're talking, even Politico's talking about it, as many people are rightfully very sad to see that Lindsey Graham has died, especially so suddenly. And we do give our condolences to his family and his friends. It's always difficult to lose someone that you love. It is even worse and exponentially harder when it's completely sudden, when it surprises everyone and no one knew about it. So that makes it a lot harder. And we really do give our condolences to each of them about that. But we have to deal with the political reality. I don't know Lindsey Graham personally. I can't say anything about him as an individual, but his legacy is one of being a staunch American and very much in support of American values or globally. He was very much involved in international politics, and he was a strong supporter of President Trump and the Trump administration, especially in regard to Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis and international terrorism. Very strong supporter of the United States. So the question comes up, what happens next? Well, to answer one of your questions, Lindsey Graham is now gone. So the first thing that will happen is that the governor of South Carolina will appoint a temporary interim replacement, someone to step in. Now, that's not official. Lindsey Graham was up for re-election this year. So there was going to be a vote in November, which Lindsey Graham was expected to win. So there's a Republican advantage. I still think that advantage is for the Republicans. Democrats are praying that this is the best chance they have of taking over South Carolina for the Senate. They truly believe this would be their opportunity, and the Democrat, who very smartly hasn't said anything political yet. She came out and she said, well, it's a shock to the system. Graham was, he loved America. We disagreed in politics, but we both loved America. And she's saying, I need time to absorb because he's passed away. And so she's been smart. Unlike many other more progressive Democrats who tend to dance and are gleeful about the death of this or that Republican or conservative speaker, the Democratic candidate in South Carolina is being smart and saying almost nothing other than giving her condolences at this moment. That's the smartest thing she can do. So the governor of South Carolina will be appointing a interim temporary senator to replace Lindsey Graham. Then there will be a primary. We expect that on July by July 28th, South Carolina will have a last-minute runoff of Republican candidates to replace Lindsey Graham. Whoever wins that will then be on the ballot by August. They should be on the ballot. There may be, if there's no clear one person on July 28th, you may see this go into about the middle of August, roughly about August 14th, August 20th, in that range. And then there will be a primary. So you'll have an initial primary to whittle the field, because it looks like there may be up to 5 people running to replace Lindsey Graham in this 2026 election. There'll be a runoff that'll probably whittle it down to 2, and then they would have a final vote. If I'm reading what I see correctly, there'll be a final vote in August. That will be the official candidate who will replace Lindsey Graham on the ballots and will be facing the Democrat in the South Carolina general election for the Senate. Now, some of the individuals who are being named for that include Nancy Mace, who I believe has a very, very strong chance to get that. Now, she didn't do well in the initial Republican primary, but I think she would do better this time. They're facing a woman, so Nancy Mace being a female herself, obviously that would be a bonus that would help balance things a little bit. It would cut down on the woman vote just going to Democrats. So that, I mean, Lindsey Graham was an institution. He had been around for decades. So he wasn't worried as much about losing the female vote, women's vote, because of him being a man and the Democrat being a woman. That really wasn't a factor. But for someone new replacing Lindsey Graham on the ballot, well, the answer would be the female component is a component that has to be addressed. So I think that makes Nancy Mace and her claim a little bit stronger. So she balances out that the less likely to lose as many women, or maybe even take away more women from the Democrat to vote for Nancy Mace. She already has a record. She's a decent member of Congress. She has some great, if you look at some of the videos, some of the things she's covered over the years, she's very much a staunch anti-open border policy politician, strong on the Second Amendment. She's a strong Republican. In fact, part of the Freedom Caucus, as I remember. So you may see her name. The key thing is going to be, who does the governor of South Carolina name as the intermediate replacement for Lindsey Graham? That person will become the de facto incumbent, just because they're in there. So that could give them enough momentum by being crowned and officially have the temporary title, but they would be the senator. And because they would be the senator, that would give a lot of clout, especially for Democrats who love clout chasing. They love having titles. You watch CNBC, you watch MS Now, you listen to the left-leaning news. Democrats love to tell you what their titles are. They are an authority. It's called authority bias. And they do that on purpose. I have this title or 15 different titles. They all may be meaningless. They all may be worthless. But because they have those titles and you don't, they are the presumed intellectual. They're the presumed authority, even though they're talking about something that has nothing to do with it. How many times have you seen CNN where a vet, a doctor who's actually a veterinarian, is talking about international politics or talking about open borders? They do that on CNN and MS Now all the time. This is a Democrat with a degree in something completely useless, and here they are talking about something completely outside their field, outside their normal realm of politics, and they're trying to tell you that you don't know enough because they have a title. They're a doctor, they have a doctorate, they have a they have a doctorate, or they have various titles of organizations that they sit on. There could be 5 people in that organization. Doesn't matter. I'm the president of this organization. They just leave out the fact that there's only like 5 people in there. Doesn't matter. So anyway, let me get back. So whomever is named by the governor of South Carolina will have massive clout and massive impact. They are more likely to win and become the nominee in November, but that isn't a guarantee. That is not a guarantee. Whoever wins the July 28th, and again, that date is not exact, but whoever wins the primary runoff and the second primary, and therefore, if necessary, a runoff after that, whomever that is will be the nominee. It doesn't have to be whomever is named by South Carolina's governor. So it's a little confusing for a few people, but I want to make sure that I answered that as completely as I can, because the process is unusual and most people are not familiar, and different states have different rules, kind of like with Mitch McConnell. If you were to see Mitch McConnell, well, there wouldn't be exactly the same process. And that is why you're not hearing Mitch McConnell declared out of being replaced. He's not being replaced yet, even though technically, and I agree, he should, medically, he is incapable of doing the job. This is the same argument I made about John Fetterman. Mitch McConnell medically is incapable of doing the job of a senator. Therefore, he should be removed. Same argument with John Fetterman. John Fetterman is medically incapable. He is medically impaired, mentally impaired. That is a fact. It's not a personal attack. And because of that mental impairment, then he is not capable of properly communicating to people or understanding the communications of people, and therefore he should not be a senator. I don't care that he was voting 15% of the time along with Republicans. I don't care that Democrats are pissed off that John Fetterman only votes 85% of the time in favor of Democrats. I don't care about that. What I care about is the fact that he is, in fact, mentally impaired, and therefore he should be disqualified. On that same basis, on that same reasoning, I say Mitch McConnell needs to be removed. He needs to be replaced. Whether or not, and I know every libertarian I know is screaming about Thomas Massie. Oh my God, Thomas Massie will run. Thomas Massie will replace Mitch McConnell and he'll be on the Senate and we'll have a real libertarian, blah, blah, blah. Not going to happen. It's a wonderful dream. Not going to happen. Sorry. I know my libertarians are pissed off right now, but it's just not going to happen. Thomas Massie is very popular, but he won't move forward. If he could have moved forward, he would have done it already. This is not his opportunity. But again, I'm not against him trying. I'm not against being proven wrong. That's fine. But whomever it is, we should see, and there's enough time left that whomever is named, you take out Mitch McConnell, there would be enough time to have a special election, have someone in the November election that is actually picked by the public in the general election. And we should stop delaying this. We should let that happen. Essentially, they want to keep Mitch McConnell around until after the November election, ideally. I don't think that's going to happen. But they would want to keep Mitch McConnell so that whomever they name would have all of Mitch McConnell's the next 2 years, at least, to be able to sit in replacing Mitch McConnell, being the incumbent, gaining the name recognition, having the authority bias, being involved with politics, and then run. And that would be much easier for Republicans to win. And it would almost guarantee that someone like Thomas Massie can't win. But that being said, that's a problem for Republicans, the GOP, for the party on an individual level, and for the American people in terms of proper representation. The right answer is remove Mitch McConnell, have the race, general election, let the people pick whomever they think is the best choice, whomever it is, and let the public choose and replace him. Now, let's not wait for it. Let's do it. But that's my opinion, that not everyone agrees, especially within party politics. It's the less than favored opinion, and you see a lot of people pissed off about that. So I hope that's answering some of the questions here, because that's the big question everyone has. That now that Graham is gone, what's going to happen? I think they have it in here. Graham was on the Judiciary Committee. He was on the Budget Committee. This is important positions, and it has a lot to do with how money is spent by the federal government. Do I have more here? 4 weeks. So yes, about the next 4 weeks. Now, the majority of, by the way, this is wrong. Politico says that Republicans have a 52-47 lead in the Senate at this time. That's incorrect. It's 53. 53 Republican, 47 Democrat. That is the lead. Now, some people are very worried because if you take out Mitch McConnell and if you take out Lindsey Graham, well, that means that Democrats are down to 51. And you might say, well, that's 51, but Susan Collins, she was up against Graham Plattner. It was kind of iffy about whether or not she would win that race. Some people said that Plattner was going to win. Some people said Susan Collins. Well, Graham Plattner is out. He is gone because he's bad news. And I'll talk a little bit about him in a minute as well. But he's gone. So Susan Collins will barn stomp pretty much any Democrat. Now, the Democrats have a problem, but they're being smart about it. And I'll talk about that in a moment. But Susan Collins should win. That means that Republicans are looking at roughly 51, which is what we were looking at anyway. Republicans were looking at about a 51 majority. South Carolina is strongly red enough, is Republican enough, that it is unlikely that the Democrat will win, even though this is last minute, whether it's Nancy Mace or there's a couple of other people from the Freedom Caucus that were considered that might be involved. Still no solid answers. This is only within the first 24 hours. We'll probably start hearing people say something on Tuesday. I would expect there'll be rumors on Monday, and on Tuesday, we'll start hearing people step up, because I think 48 hours is about enough time politically, because there isn't a whole lot of time on this. But on Tuesday, you'll probably start hearing 3 or 4 different names come up, one of them being Nancy Mace, who will say that they're going to run and they'll have their primary and they will win in South Carolina. That's why Republicans remain at 51, according to my prediction, 51 majority holding the Senate. That isn't a problem for 2026. Democrats will tell you, oh my God, this is the beginning of the landslide for the left. It's not. Anyone tells you that is lying to you. That is not realistic. That isn't true. But I do believe that with these changes, even with Mitch McConnell, so we're looking at going from 53, we're going to lose 2 seats. One of those, you could say, is Mitch McConnell. You could say one of them might have been, again, I don't see South Carolina being the other one. It just doesn't make sense to me. I believe that you will see Republicans maintain 51 in the Senate. So let me take a look here. So we got a comment back from Bronner who says, thanks. I was kind of thinking this, but never really knew. I know a lot of people aren't familiar. This isn't stuff that you normally hear about because it's unusual. And there are some deadlines, and every state has a different deadline. Like in South Carolina, one of the deadlines is all of this has to be done before September 30th. So, it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. But I think it's also crazy when we take into account that right now there are 103, there are 535 members of Congress. There are 103, about 20% of Congress are people who are age 68 or older. I picked 68 instead of 70 because 68 is the age of retirement for most Americans. Most Americans retire at 68. We have 103 members of Congress who are 68 or older, many of them 70 and 80 years old, that have been in the government for 20, 30, 40 years. This is ridiculous. These are Republicans and Democrats alike. In fact, there's a little bit more Republicans than Democrats. Bigger names on the Democratic side, people like Nancy Pelosi, Dick Durbin, obviously bigger names, but there are more than enough people and even more people who are Republicans that are older, that are, many of them are going to be retiring. So as we looked up, and I double checked this with ChatGPT just to make sure I was getting my math right. And again, never fully trust ChatGPT. I have shown you many, many times where ChatGPT will lie. They have a left-leaning bias. They will lie to improve the position of Democrats. I've shown you the mistakes, the errors, and the lies of ChatGPT many, many times. Do not trust AI by itself. It is a good general view, but for more details, you need to look into the story. But in general, there have been, again, 4 Democrats died this year in office, 2 Republicans at this time. We're looking at 29 Democrats and 40 Republicans will be retiring and or not seeking re-election in our Congress this year. That's huge. That's just under 10%. It's about 8% of Congress is flipping this 2026, this midterm election. So when you hear people say, well, the midterm election is the most important, this is the most important, this is huge. We haven't seen this kind of turnover in about 50 years, maybe more. I've seen some reports that said it hasn't happened in this big a turnaround since the 1949, 1950, but so easily, about half a century. This is huge. This is a massive turnover, and a lot can happen. Now, I generally believe that in terms of the House of Representatives, that's where the real battle is going. That's where most of these individuals are, in the House of Representatives. And so both for Republicans and for Democrats. And so there's a lot of volatility there, not as many in the Senate. So that's why the Senate isn't such a question. That's why you hear everyone talking about the House of Representatives in 2026. Can Democrats take the House? That's what the argument is. Technically, by tradition, in a midterm for a new president, you normally see that whatever the president is, the House will go the exact opposite. That is no, and it's usually by a slim margin, like 2 or 3 seats, but it usually will flip. That isn't always the case, but that is what tends to happen. That is what is normal. So when the Democrats are saying it's going to be a wave and the public is all in support, No, it's not. That's just natural, normal political history. That's the tradition that Democrats are supposed to win by 3 seats. That's what's supposed to happen. I don't think that is what is going to happen, but that is what tends to happen. Now, some of the individuals who died in this term, you may be surprised. Sylvester Turner, most people don't know who it is. Raul Grijavala, I can't pronounce that name. He's gone. Gerald Connolly and David Scott. Also, for Republicans, it was Doug LaMalfa. So these are the people who have passed away. Most average people don't know any of those names. Any of them. Just gives you an idea of how many people we've had and how many people are so unknown in our Congress. And to me, the most troubling thing is, again, I go back. We have 20% of our Congress is 68 or older. At any moment, we could see every one of them die. We could see up to 20% of our Congress die in a year. This troubles me. This is a problem. We've had 100 people who have been in elected office for 10 years or more. That's too long. We need term limits. We absolutely should have, and we should have enacted term limits by now. And I think seeing what's happening with Nancy Pelosi, what happened with Maxine Waters, what happened with Dick Durbin, what we're seeing happening with Mitch McConnell, what we saw with Dianne Feinstein, this is enough. We have seen elder abuse over and over again. Now, you may say Republicans, the way they're treating Mitch McConnell is elder abuse. I don't agree. Mitch McConnell is in a hospital. He is recovering. He is not in the Senate. What Democrats did to Dianne Feinstein that they want you to forget about. Dianne Feinstein was being wheeled around in her last days. She literally died outside her home, being wheeled around in a wheelchair up and down the halls of Congress, being told what to vote and what to say. Literally, they had the guy her nurse, male nurse, who was wheeling her around in her wheelchair would actually say, okay, you're going to vote yes for this. You're going to vote no for that. You're going to make this statement. Say this. And he would tell her word for word what she was going to do. And they kept wheeling her around using Dianne Feinstein until the day that she died. That is elder abuse. The same thing that Democrats did to Joe Biden. He was lost on stages for years. For years, Joe Biden would give a speech. He didn't know who he was talking to. He would make up words. He didn't know where he was going. He literally was getting cards that would tell him where he was supposed to. Remember, we saw the photos of the cards telling him where to sit, who he's going to talk to, which person he needs to call. He had markers on the floor telling him where he should stand and where he should sit. And you would see Jill Biden or Barack Obama go off and grab him and direct him around. Elder abuse. Democrats don't care. They don't care about taking care of their old. They will use them until the moment of their death. Republicans may not be great in that they won't get rid of of Mitch McConnell. He's sitting in a hospital, and they won't remove him from the Senate. That's not elder abuse. It's also not good politics. I think it's abusive. It's abusive, but not to Mitch McConnell. It's abusive to our government, to the Senate, to the voters. It is abusive in that regard, not to Mitch McConnell. McConnell's in the hospital. They're not doing what if Mitch McConnell were a Democrat, the Democrats would put him in a wheelchair and would be wheeling him around the halls of Congress, telling him to vote, telling him what to say and what to do, not letting him have his last moments with his family and friends, to die with some dignity in a hospital or in his home. No, no, no. They'd be wheeling him around, politically using him like a tool on his deathbed. That's what Democrats do. Republicans don't do that. So while you may not like what is happening right now, remember, Democrats did the same thing with John Fetterman. Oh, he's having a stroke and he's incapable of being able to speak. Wheel him around. Get him on all the Sunday political shows. Show his picture. Have his wife out talking and voting and say, you know what? You got to vote for him because he suffered a stroke, is incapable of being able to speak properly or to understand English properly. This guy is medically incapable of doing the job. And the Democrats wheeled him around for the sympathy vote, for the empathy vote, because they wanted power. They don't care. There is a difference. It is a fundamental, absolute difference between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats do not care. If you're mentally abused, you have a medical illness, if you're dying, they don't care. They will use you to the moment you die. And then after your death, they will raise money on your deathbed after you've passed away, and they will use your memory to raise money, as we have seen with Dianne Feinstein and others. They will use your memory to make even more money to give them more power. Republicans at least have the dignity to let someone who is dying to die. Although, again, they do take advantage of the fact that he's still a member of the Senate. They're just not forcing him to actually be wheeled around like a puppet with someone's hand up his ass. Okay, let me take a moment here to answer. Let's see, we got a comment or two. And so we have a comment from Bronner. He says, seems to me the founders should have foreseen a situation like McConnell and put something in the Constitution to address it. In my opinion, a brain-dead, drooling vegetable should be removed. Well, it didn't happen with Dianne Feinstein. And because I said she should have been removed, I was evil. Republicans and conservatives were told we hated women. That was the answer. Oh, you hate women. That's why you want Dianne Feinstein to be removed. No, she was on her deathbed, and it was elder abuse. And that was the right thing to do, was to remove her. But, you know, the Democrats look at things very different than us. But to answer your question more completely, the founders didn't have an answer for this because they didn't need one. You weren't supposed to be in office for 3 decades. That was never part of the vision. They envisioned, and they didn't write it out because they thought no one would ever be allowed to be like royalty in America, that we wouldn't have neo-nobles as we do now. People like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters, just to name a few of them, that have been in office and have never actually had a real job. They have never worked outside of politics. They have no connection to the average person. You never see Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer. You never see them out in the public. They never actually just talk with real people, go to a store. They don't do that. No. You only see them when they have a photo op. They live behind gated communities. They are highly protected and completely isolated and separated from everyone. And they have been in power for 30 years or more. Think about it. The majority of people who are on the internet right now weren't born the day that many of these politicians, 20% of our government, The majority of people on the internet weren't even born when they first got into elected office. That's ridiculous. That's over a generation. That was never intended by the founders. They never thought anyone would do that. That is essentially a neo-nobility. And that's what I call it, neo-nobility. It is a political class all onto itself. It is very nepotistic, where family members get to jump in, and there's a lot of favoritism, a ton of corruption because of that. They never expected that. They expected that you would go in, you would serve 1, maybe 2 years to get and they expected that you would be looking to do something. The reason why you would run is to get something accomplished, to represent your community, to get a project done, to get a goal seen through. And that could take, on average, 2, 4, maybe in the case of senators, 6 years. And then you should be able to do it. Because if you can't accomplish your goals within, to be reasonable, nowadays, back in the origin of America 250 years ago, maybe it was a lot easier to get things done because we were a lot smaller and we didn't have a lot of international like we do now. But if you can't get it done within 2 terms, if you can't get it done within 6 years, you're a waste of space. You should not be reelected. That's my opinion. And I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. In 6 years, if you can't accomplish the goals that you got elected for, get out, get replaced. Let someone else try. Even if you did accomplish your goals, great. That's why you were there. Get out. Now that you've done whatever it was you were trying to do, get out. Let someone else replace you. That's what I believe. That's term limits. To me, you're looking at 6 years on average, two terms for members of the Senate, 3 terms for members of the House. That's it. And that's your time frame, which would cut down significantly on the amount of corruption that we see. Imagine Dianne Feinstein, for the last 20-ish years of her life, had a driver who was a spy for the Chinese Communist Party. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not me picking on Dems or picking on the dead. It is a fact. I know. I covered it at the time in California. It was a big scandal. And we should have addressed it. Her driver, 20 years. If she had a term limit, he would never have been able to spy on America for the Chinese government for 20 years. He would not have been able to influence the American people for the Chinese government because she would not have had that elected office. And we could say that about a lot of people. Linda Sun here in New York State. Linda Sun, another spy for the Chinese Communist Party. She was influencing both former and disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as current disgraceful Governor and Kathy Hochul. Linda Sun works for both of them. She's a spy for the Chinese Communist Party. So is her husband. They're both spies. They were both working in New York State government directly for Andrew Cuomo and directly for Kathy Hochul as governor, and they're the Chinese spies. And it's because we let these people in for too long. The longer you're in elected office, the more likely you are to be corrupt or corrupted, and the less that you're going to accomplish towards your goal that you got elected for. Therefore, we shouldn't have them. That's my point of view. Now, if people think, Mike, you're wrong about the term limits. Look, you can tell me. Go into the comments right now on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Rumble, on Instagram, and say, Mike, you just are wrong about the term limits. We should allow these people to stay in elected office until the day they die. They can become neo-nobles. It is the future to just have these people be here until they die. These are lifetime appointments. If that's what you believe, fantastic. Tell me why. Tell me why that's a benefit. Tell me why that's a good thing. Why we have 20% of people who are in elected office were around. We literally have people who've been in elected office. Some people are they are the grandparents. So for some people who are watching the internet right now, your grandparent was born when people like Chuck Schumer got elected. Like people like Nancy Pelosi, when she got elected, your grandparent was born. Not that they were alive, not that they got married, not that they had a kid. Your grandparent was born when Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, when they got into politics, when they got elected. That's ridiculous for some people. That's too much time. That is too much time and too much power in one individual. And what did they really accomplish? And you can say the same thing about Mitch McConnell. Again, I'm not Dick Durbin. You could say about him. There are several people you can say that about. Again, 103 members of Congress. 58 are Republicans. 29 are 27, 40 are Democrats. So it goes on both sides. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Let me answer a couple more comments and then we'll move on. Bronner says, seems to me the founders, nope, I got that one. He said, I wanted Senator Dianne Feinstein removed when I saw a photo of her holding an AR-15 in a room full of people with her finger on the trigger. Yes, I remember that photo. Yeah, Dianne Feinstein absolutely hated the Second Amendment and knew nothing about what she was talking about because it didn't matter. It was what she was told to do. Dianne Feinstein was a puppet for the Democratic Party and the Democratic progressive ideology in California, the California ideology, for a long time before she died. Before they were wheeling her around in a wheelchair, literally puppeting her to say and do what they wanted for the progressive California ideology. Before that happened, she was already a puppet. She knew nothing about firearms. She knew nothing about what's dangerous and what's not. And her actions and it was very famous, of her holding an AR-15, finger on the trigger, pointing dead at individuals. Massive faux pas. No one who knew anything about firearms would ever do something that insane. You never point a firearm at a human being. But Mike, it was a completely safe weapon. There is no such thing. There is no such thing. If you hand me a firearm, the first and only response you should have is consider it that it's loaded. At every time, in every way, always assume that firearm is loaded. That's the first lesson. No one told Dianne Feinstein. No one told Cheryl Jackson Lee. No one told Maxine Waters or Nancy Pelosi, all the anti-gun nuts. No one ever told them that. You ever notice? You never see Republicans, and more importantly, conservatives, more importantly, the people who are into guns, anyone who supports the Second Amendment, you will never see them hold a firearm with finger on the trigger. You've never seen that photo. There isn't one. Why? Because they're responsible. They know what the hell they're talking about. They know what they're dealing with. No one is that irresponsible. But you can find lots of photos of Democrats who say firearms are deadly, and they're pointing guns at people. And that's because, yeah, you're right. Firearms are deadly because you're an idiot, because you don't know what you're doing, because you, the holder, you, the person, make the firearm, a tool, deadly because of your ignorance and your refusal to learn better. It's not the gun that's the problem. It was the person. So, yes, thank you for bringing that up, Bronner. It was great. I'm glad that you did. Let me see. So let me talk about somebody a little bit different. So we're talking about the 2026 election, the midterms, and how that's going to shake up. And I think it doesn't really change that much. It's surprising, but these are things that we kind of again, they're old enough to be retired. Many of these people have been convinced or been asked, like Jerry Nadler, have been asked for years upon years, retire, step away, let someone else step in. And it took almost forever for them to do that. But these things were kind of expected. And I think that the votes took into account who we're getting. And it's more the trend. The Democrats are more aligned with, and we're seeing the Democratic Party is being taken over by the Democratic Socialists of America, the Progressive Socialist ideology. That's about 21% of the Democratic Party at this time. Going back to when AOC first got elected, going back to about 2018, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party was only about 3% of the party. They were very small. They had very little power. That's why the squad was such a big deal. There were 4 hyper-progressive socialist members. Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Anna Presley, and, of course, AOC. And so that's why the squad was such a big deal, because it's 4 of them, not because they were women, not because they are whatever color they might be. It's because they were progressives, extreme progressive socialists, in fact. And their ideology was so extreme, it was a minor part of the Democratic Party. And now that's about 21% of the Democratic Party. And we can see people like Devaliza Chevalier here in New York, who's going for the New York 13th district, will probably win that. Scary as hell. She's a straight up communist. You have Bernie Sanders, a straight up communist. You had Graham Plattner, who was a straight up communist, that are running as Democrats because they could never win on their own. And this is something I always like to remind people. Why do the Democratic Socialists of America aren't Democrats? They're in the Democrat Party. They're not Democrats. Progressives aren't Democrats. They're in the Democratic Party. And the reason why they're in there is because they can't raise money on their own. If it were the progressive movement, they would fail. There is, in fact, a socialist party in America. There is the American Socialist Party. It fails. It has almost no members. It has almost no candidates. It fails. Why? Because Americans don't want that. But they'll accept it if it's wrapped up in the Democratic Party. Now it's democratic. It's not socialism, it's Democrat. So it's okay. Vote blue no matter who. And that kicks in. And the Socialist Party, the communists, the progressives, they're smart enough to have recognized vote blue no matter who. So if I become a Democrat, I'm in the Democratic Party, they'll vote for me no matter what. All I have to do is get on the ballot. And then every Democrat will vote for me no matter what, because they don't actually pay attention. They don't ask questions. And they will believe anything they are told. This is Graham Plattner's story. Graham Plattner got in, and he had obvious and serious issues. There's no way in hell the Democratic Party didn't know these problems. There's something that's called vetting. Every candidate, especially if you're going for a high-profile position, you're running for Congress, you're running for congressional, whether it's the House or the Senate, the other members of your party will vet you. If you're actually a legitimate, real candidate and you have a real chance, they will do opposition research on you, your own party. They will find out what are your flaws, what are your problems. That's the job of the county heads, the chairman of the various political parties in each county. One of the things they're there for is to vet and make sure that the candidate that's in their county is actually not a lunatic and is actually someone who is viable for that position. That this is a good person that represents the party they support or they propose to support. That's what the county heads are there for. They're basically a gateway to say, oh, no, you're just a little too crazy. You're just a little bit too muddy. You've got too much mud. There's too much skeletons in your background, in your closet, and therefore you can't run. We're not going to support you. That's what they should have done. But people like Graham Plattner got through. And the Democrats knew it. Why? Because 21% of Democrats are actually socialists. And that is why Graham Plattner got through. And right now, the Democrats have the worst time in the world in Maine, because they've got to replace Graham Plattner with a socialist, which isn't a Democrat. And the Democrats don't gain power and they don't get an advantage by having another socialist. It's great for Bernie Sanders, maybe. It's great for AOC, probably. But it's not good for the Democratic Party. And so that's their problem. The public's expecting another socialist communist like Graham Plattner. Democrats are like, no, that doesn't work for their political ideology. And Republicans are laughing at this whole thing because it's useless. It's just a mess. So Democrats have the choice, and they're smart enough to know not to do what they did in 2024 with Kamala Harris. In 2024, they just went out and they said, screw the people. No one's going to vote. No one's going to be involved. The Democrats just picked the replacement for Joe Biden and said, it's going to be Kamala Harris, because they wanted the money. And if you're wondering, it's not because Kamala Harris was a woman, had nothing to do with it. It isn't because of her skin color. No one cared. It's not because of her gender identity or any of that crap. No one gave a damn. It was because she was on the name of all the money. The account with all the money, the $1.2 billion, yeah, Kamala Harris's name was on that. Joe Biden was out, but Kamala Harris was on, and she could get the $1.2 billion. And that's why they said, oh, it's got to be Kamala Harris. Why? Because if we don't, we have to give back $1.2 billion. We have to give all the money back. And Democrats don't like to give back money. Just ask Hillary Clinton about Norman Sue, a known embezzler who donated to the Clinton campaign, and she never gave the money back. The guy actually literally was a known criminal wanted by the government. When they found him, they threw him in jail, and he was bundling money. He gave Hillary Clinton something around $200,000, $250,000, and she kept it from a criminal. And she knew he was a criminal. It wasn't like, ooh, surprise. He was a known wanted fugitive, and she took the money, and she kept the money, and she never gave it back. Yeah, Democrats don't care. But that being said, so I'm talking about Graham Plattner. Do I have the Graham Plattner stuff? Hang on. I know I had that. I got myself out of order here. I'll bring it up later, but I have a link about Graham Plattner. So what we're going to see happen in Maine is Susan Collins is going to win. So that, again, balances. That was one that a lot of Democrats were counting as a win for them in their attempt to take over the Senate. And Susan Collins is going to win. So that's done. So that's, again, why we see 51 Republican in the Senate. That being said, let me move forward. By the way, if anyone doubts, questions, disagrees with anything I'm saying, just ask. Leave a comment. YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, Instagram. Leave a comment. Tell me, Mike, I don't agree with that. I think you're wrong. Fantastic. Let's talk about it. Show me what you got. Tell me, ask me any question, and I'll answer it. Matter of fact, speaking of that, Bronner says, the first time I was handed a firearm, it was the very first thing told to me. Always assume it's a loaded weapon. Never point unless you want to shoot. That is the thing that is told to everyone, everywhere, the first time they are handed a firearm. Every time they're handed a firearm. That was the first thing that was told to me in the Marine Corps when I picked up a rifle. That is the first thing that's been told to me when I was at several firing ranges. That is the first thing that everyone I know who has a firearm that has ever shown me a firearm is the first thing they've said. Everyone who supports the Second Amendment that I am aware of knows the first thing you say when you are handing over a firearm, assume it's loaded. Always. Doesn't matter who handed it to you. Doesn't matter why they handed it to you. Always assume it's loaded. Every single time. But no one told that to Dianne Feinstein or to Ted Lieu, who's also from, God, it's all the California Democrats. They're gun nuts. They hate the guns, and yet they're all dangerous if you hand them a firearm. They know nothing about what they're doing. They're all crazy people. I tell you, it's insane. Hey, Chuck is with us, by the way. Chuck says, and by the way, Chuck is with me for the Monday Opinion Roundtable. It's three of us. We have a Libertarian, a Democrat, me as the conservative Republican, and independent being Chuck himself. And we all talk about Florida and New York politics and national politics, what's affecting America. And we talk about that from those different points of view, basically covering almost all of America, independent, libertarian, Democrat, and Republican. And we have a great time with that. I know last week there was a little bit of an emergency, so we didn't have the long show that we normally do. It's only about 2 hours long on a Monday night. But this Monday, tomorrow, we will be back at it. And Chuck says, hi, Mike, taking a writing break, putting you on while I do chores. I love it when people do that. I know Alabama Barbie loves to do it while cooking for the homeless and some volunteer work. I know Alabama Barbie always likes to put us on for the crowd so everyone can hear. Khanna detained. I didn't hear about that. Well, that came out today, and I'm about to talk about it, in fact. Do you think that he has a realistic shot for 2028 for the Democratic presidential nominee? I love it when my audience knows the question I want to answer. You guys are smart, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Is Khanna running for president? Why did Khanna get detained? He is on X and Twitter right now saying, oh my God, I got detained and thank you for supporting me. And Israel's so bad. Israel. He's on the edge of being anti-Semitic about his comments. But it doesn't make any sense if you actually pay attention to the details of what he says happened. So the first thing that I want to mention about this is Khanna is a congressman. He is a congressman for California, one of many. So he is a representative in Congress, and he's kind of a progressive light. So you know how you have moderate Democrats, or at least there used to be moderate Democrats? Well, he's a moderate progressive, or at least that's what the progressives, that's what the Democratic Socialists want you to understand. Khanna is a moderate socialist. He's a moderate progressive. So he's not quite as insane as, say, AOC, or perhaps as what's the minstrel? She's out of Congress now, down in Texas. The black woman. Oh, God. I forgot her name because she's done. She's been kicked out. Anyway, not quite as crazy as some of the Democrats we see out there, but he's not normal. He's nowhere near it. But Khanna is very charismatic, and he's he's put out some ideas that aren't absolutely terrible. He didn't go with the Green New Deal. He wasn't trying to capture a bunch of cow farts so that we could have methane to run a bunch of engines, which is what AOC said. He's not that kind of crazy. And so Ro Khanna think he's popular among socialists, young socialists, which is a terrible group. Socialists tend not to vote in elections. Young people tend not to vote in elections. Young socialists really tend not to show up and vote in large elections. They tend not to do that. You might get them to vote for your city council, probably not. You might be able to get them to vote for you for Congress, mostly not. They're pretty much non-existent when it comes to the presidential race. That's not really who's voting, but it is a constituency. I say that. So Ro Khanna, he represents the crazy California mindset. Okay, someone's got to, I guess. And Ro Khanna decided to go to Israel. Why did Ro Khanna go to Israel? I have no idea. Nobody has any idea. Ro Khanna, a California congressman, not a senator, not a member of the government, just a congressman, on your tax dime. He spent your tax money so that he could take a trip from California to Israel. Why? Because he wanted to take a trip to Israel. And he decided that he would go and visit some of the Palestinians. Why? Why is he spending your money to do that? The first thing I've got to ask you, before we get to how he got detained, why are the American people paying for a congressman to go to a foreign country to visit and be involved in the local politics of that foreign country? What has that got to do with his job? That no matter what he's doing in Israel, I don't care if you love the Palestinians or not. I don't care if you love, well, actually, I do care if you love Hamas or not. You shouldn't. Hamas are terrorists. But if you support the terrorists, even ideologically, you're academic, whatever, and you're a total anti-Semite, and you're all happy that Ro Khanna is going over there, fantastic. Okay, what has that got to do with California? What has that got to do with California politics? What has that got to do with the American people? How is that making any American citizen better? The answer is it doesn't. Ro Khanna is wasting your money and time, but he is upping. This is the vibe check. I think that's what they call it now. I'm not that young. I think it's what they call the vibe. It's feelings. It's feelings. And progressives and socialists love feelings, because you don't actually have to make any sense whatsoever. As long as you've got a vibe, as long as you got a feeling, then who cares about logic? It's absolutely unimportant. And that's Ro Khanna. That's also AOC and Ilhan Omar. So, there's a few of them there, but that's Ro Khanna. He went to Israel because of a vibe. He went there for the vibes, and he knew that the academics in California, in New York, across America, the academics would love this. And they have a lot of money. And there's nothing like, you want to get money? Convince a bunch of old white liberal academics that you're on their side, and they will throw money at you all day long. They gave $90 million to BLM. So BLM, Patrice Cullors, the founder and creator of BLM, she bought 6 mansions because of old white liberals throwing money at BLM, throwing money at Patrice Cullors. And she bought 6 mansions for her and her family. By the way, did any poor black people get any of that money? No. Did they feed any poor black people? No. Did they help poor black kids get into college, start a college fund? No. Did they do anything for the black community? No. But Patrice Cullors got 6 mansions, and her mom is living in one of the mansions. Her brother is living in a mansion. She's living in a mansion because of old white liberal progressive Democrats. Nothing like them. So knowing that, and knowing that they will throw stupid amounts of money just because of the vibe check, because of the virtue signal, Ro Khanna said, I'm going over to Israel and I'm going to go get a picture of me standing in a Gaza village surrounded by a bunch of Palestinians because, hey, vibe check. The money will just flow in like no one's business. And he's right, because it is. He was right, and it is. Old white liberal progressives are throwing money at Ro Khanna right now so that he can become president. Because, you see, what happened is Ro Khanna went to Israel, stood in a town with a bunch of his crew, and scared the hell out of the locals. Now, it so happened he was actually in an Israeli village, not a Palestinian village. Maybe he got lost. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he did it on purpose. I don't know. But he was in an Israeli village instead of a Palestinian one. The Israelis are looking at this guy with this huge mob surrounding him because Ro Khanna's a congressman and he wants to run for president. He's got an entourage. That's 20 people. He's got, and I don't know the exact number. Let me be fair. I don't know if it was 20 people. I don't know if it was 5 people. I don't know exactly how many. He's not going by himself. So you got a bunch of strangers who do not speak your language, do not look like anyone. They don't look like Palestinians. They damn sure don't look like Israelis. You don't know who these people are. You don't know what country they came from. They're speaking a language you might know, but you might not. And they're standing around at the front of your village. And you live in a war-torn community. You live in an area where strangers suicide bomb on a regular basis, where Hamas will throw missiles at you because it's Monday and it's 6 o'clock, because that's what they do. So you got these strangers acting strangely. It's not like they're not coming into the village. They're not shopping. They're not going about their business. They're just standing there, milling around, looking real suspicious, or what do they say? Looking real sus. And so the villagers reacted. And they said, I don't trust this. I got a problem. I got a big problem with this. You know what? Susie, give me my AR-14, my AR-15, my M4. Give me the rifle. Give me the gun. I'm going to go out there, call Bob, call Tom, tell them to meet me in front of the village because I don't know who these guys are. We may have a problem. Somebody might be trying to drop a bomb on us. Somebody might be trying to kill us. This might be another attack. We don't know. But it's possible. And where we live, it's realistic. So get the boys together. Tell them to come with me. We're all getting our guns. We're going to the front of our community. We're going to go and find out who are these people and why are they standing around looking all kinds of sus like they're going to blow us up. Sounds pretty natural to me because that's what I would do in my community. That's what anyone would do. And they went out. The Israeli villagers came out, met Ro Khanna, and said, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're doing here. I don't trust you. You're going to stay here. We called the military. And the military is on its way in Israel. That's the IDF. They don't separate the police and the military as much as we do. That's not how other countries do things differently. So the IDF, the military, will actually come in and do some degree of policing in various communities throughout Israel. Okay. And I said, no problem. We're calling the IDF. We called the military. They're sending someone over to find out who you jokers are because we don't trust you. We think you might be terrorists. We think you might be trying to blow us up. Are you with Hamas? Are you with Hezbollah? Are you with the Houthis? Are you from Iran? Do you support the Ayatollah? I don't trust you. Why are you trying to kill the people in my village? That's the conversation Khanna was having with an Israeli settlement. Because Khanna was trying to get a couple of vibe pics. Because he was virtue signaling on an international level. Because he was trying to get money from old white progressives. And it succeeded. So the Israeli military shows up, says, hey guys, what's going on? Talking to the Israelis. And they're talking to their Israelis, the community that they know. They know this village. They know the people there. They're like, yeah, what's going on? Villagers like, we got these guys. Don't know where they're from. They're not from here. They don't speak our language. They don't know. We don't know them. We don't know why they're here. They're scaring us. They're scaring us. They might be terrorists. I think they're trying to kill us. The IDF said, oh, wait, hold on. I'm glad you didn't shoot them. That's good. Because we don't know that they're Hamas. We don't know that they're Hezbollah or from Iran. We don't know who they are. They could be stupid tourists. Let me talk to them. It sounds like they're speaking English. They could be just dumb Americans. And, dumb Americans in a foreign country don't know how to behave. Could be that. So hang back. Let me find out who they are. And when the Israeli military went over to the entourage surrounding Khanna said, hey, wait a minute, now we got military vehicles. We got guys with guns coming out surrounding us. I want to go home. Because he's a girly man. And his answer was, I want to go home. There's people with big, mean guns, and they have firearms, and they got tanks, and no, they got a truck. Okay, it's a Humvee. But oh my God, they've got all those military things that I saw in that movie one time. Was it Aliens or Predator and all of that? That's Khanna. That's how Khanna was acting. I'm presuming. I don't have video of it. But I'm pretty sure he was somewhere in that kind of throes of angst that only progressives can possibly attain, as he's freaking out because everyone around him is locked and loaded with real guns, real assault weapons were being pointed at him, and he suddenly got to have an up-close understanding of what the difference of an assault weapon and having a rifle. He suddenly learned the massive caliber difference between the two. And he said, I want to go home. I'm going to go back to the hotel, or I'm going to leave. I'm going to go back to the spa where I'm safe. And the Israeli military said, no, you're not. You're not going anywhere. He said, no, but I want to leave. No, you can't. But I'm Khanna. We don't care. He said, but no, you don't understand. I'm Khanna. I'm Khanna from America. And they're like, we could give a damn less. He's like, no, but I'm a member of Congress. Maybe not. Still don't care, because Israel is in America. And you could be a congressman. You could be the president. Doesn't matter. You're in Israel. You're not in America. So don't give a damn. And you don't look like Donald Trump. So screw off. You're going to stand there until we check who you are and make sure you're not working for Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran, that you're not some kind of terrorist scum trying to make a plan to kill these people. And so Israel made them stay there until they verified that, yes, it's a dumbass American vibe checking, virtue signaling, democratic, socialist, progressive that's walking around in Israel trying to get a bunch of money and piss off a bunch of people. And Khanna ran home from Israel. They pointed big, mean guns at me. They pointed big, huge guns at me. Oh, those Israelis are so bad. This is why I don't like Israel. That's Khanna. That's why I don't like Israel. They pointed big assault guns at me. Oh my God, huge cannons. That's Khanna there. That's my impression of Khanna. You can tell me if you think it's a good impression or not. I don't know. And so then they let him go. And he went straight over and got on X and was like, I just got detained by the Israeli government detained me. No, they didn't. They were holding me down and, oh my God, it was a whole kind of crime. No, it wasn't. Oh, this is illegal international crime. Oh my God, vibe check, virtue signal, international virtue signal. Oh my God, give me money. I want to run for president. And the answer is no. That was Khanna. And that's what you're seeing here. This article, by the way, is coming from PBS. Now, I've just described it probably a little bit more fun and with a lot more flair than Khanna would do, because Khanna is trying to run for president. He's trying to get a bunch of money. He wants money from white progressive socialist liberals. And so he's got to play it off like, oh, no, I got a vibe check. But let's see. He says, here it is. U.S. Representative Khanna on Saturday said that Saturday he was detained by settlers and the Israeli military in the occupied West Bank and released only after calls to American embassy. Of course he was. Of course he was. And he should have been. That's a good thing. By the way, it's the West Bank. Israel controls the West Bank, period. You don't like it? Too bad. But that's their country, their land. All right. You were there in their country, on their land, for no damn good reason. He goes, the Israeli Defense Force denies detaining any visitors. Matter of fact, let me make this bigger for you guys so you can see this. I'm not making this up. I want you to see it. The Israeli Defense Force denies detaining any visitors in the incident, the latest example of escalating political tensions involving Israel and the American Democratic Party. Representative Khanna, a California Democrat, an outspoken progressive, said the confrontation occurred Wednesday in the middle of a 3-day tour of the West Bank. Why? Why was Khanna in the West Bank? Again, let's go back to the very beginning. Why did Khanna leave California to go to a foreign country that is involved in ongoing terrorist threats that have nothing to do with California, and he has no policy decisions? Khanna cannot, nothing Khanna could do. He's not a member of the Trump administration. He doesn't represent America. He's not a senator. He has no godly reason to be there other than to vibe check and virtue signal and get money from progressive, mostly white, progressive socialists. That's it. This was a setup. He goes on to say, as the congressman visited a Palestinian village, he wasn't in a Palestinian village. He was in an Israeli village. Did you not just say he was detained by Israeli settlers? He was in an Israeli village, not a Palestinian one. But PBS is left-leaning, and they are pro-Hamas. So they want you to think that somehow Israel did something wrong here. They did everything right. Abandoned after the attacks, masked men with guns stopped his group and refused to let them leave. Of course they did, because he looked like a bunch of terrorists up to something sus. He was a danger. I wouldn't let him leave. As far as you know, he's Hezbollah trying to scope out the area and figure out what's the thing we should hit with a missile next week. You don't know. So of course they held him down, and of course they made sure the IDF. He's lucky he didn't get shot. He's lucky he did not get shot. I would have probably knocked him out and tied him up, waiting for the IDF and going, yeah, I hogtied you. Sorry for that. But you know what? I don't know who you are, but I'm Khanna. Like that means anything. Anything, it means nothing outside of California. And matter of fact, throughout most of America, most Americans don't know who Khanna is. If they know the name, they don't know the face, so they don't care. And no one internationally cares either. He's not important. He's important to himself. He's important to a bunch of progressives, and he might be important to a bunch of academics and or anti-Semitics, but he's not important. So that's the kind of situation we find ourselves in. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. And you can double check this. You can look up this story on any news agency that you would like. You will see the exact same story. This is Reuters. Reuters, the U.S. Democrat Khanna detained by Israeli settlers during a visit to the West Bank. They will tell you the exact same story. Every single news agency that covers this is going to tell you the same exact story. And the reason why is because Khanna is looking to be president. He's raising up money. He needed a vibe check, and he wanted to virtue hard. He's all about, I'm going to protect the Palestinian people. Okay. You could do that from California, you know. There's nothing that you're going to do in Israel, a foreign country where you have no power and you have no pull. You can't do anything there. And what was he doing in the village? Nothing. Nothing productive. Nothing good. Nothing positive. You are watching the left lose their minds right now, and they are freaking out, going, oh my God, but it's Khanna. It's Khanna. Don't you understand, Mike? It's Khanna. He's such a great progressive, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? He's a guy. He's a guy, and like anyone else in his entourage, you know the names of any of them because they're meaningless. Khanna is meaningless. Yes, he's a politician. I get that. In America. And he's important in American politics. He has nothing to do with Israel or the West Bank or Palestine. He has nothing, thank God, he has nothing to do with, we think, with Hezbollah or Hamas or with Iran. This is ridiculous. This should have been a very simple story. And the story is very simply, and I say this to you, Representative Khanna, why did you waste the American people's money going to Israel on a paid congressional trip? Why did you waste our money? How does this benefit you being in Israel in this entire conflict? How did that help any constituent? You have the most homeless people in California of any state in the entire nation. You have the most people in poverty of any state in the entire nation. You have problems through the damn roof in California. How did you going to Israel help any of the people in California or the rest of the United States? It did not. So why are you wasting our time? Because you wanted to get money, and he was hoping that someone would give him a photo op like he got so that he could say, this is why I need to be president. No, this is exactly the reason why you shouldn't be president. You're a vibe-checking, virtue-signaling fool. You do not deserve to be president if you are so ignorant and so wasteful as to not recognize that you are useless. And all you're doing is creating a problem that other people have to now resolve. Now the Trump administration has to talk to the Israeli government about the dumbass that disrupting the people, making them think that he was trying to blow up their village. See, the left will never stop and actually think about this from the perspective of the Israelis. Just like when I explained it to you, was from the perspective of the Israelis, which is absolutely logical. And it makes perfect sense. They're going to look at, oh my God, but Khanna was in danger because he was a dumbass. Because he did it to himself. And he should have been. He earned that gun being held by gun and being detained until the military showed up. And he's lucky he didn't get shot because he could have earned that too. He's lucky he didn't get shot. And I'm sure there were more than a few of the Israelis going, well, maybe we should shoot him just to be safe. Maybe in the leg or something. Just to be safe. I don't think I am. Okay. So I want to take a quick break here for a second. Now, you may have recognized that we've been on for about an hour, 45 minutes. Not that long. But for those who've been with us on the program before, for the last 9 years, I normally take a quick break, about 45 minutes, to walk my dog. My dog, his name is Khanna. He's 15 years old. He's a very old dog, but I love him. 23 pounds, small little guy. But he likes to go out, and I got to walk him. It takes about 45 minutes, and we come back. Now, it's about 83 degrees, but he woke up, and he's saying, oh, he wants to go outside. So I'm going to walk him. That'll give you guys about 45 minutes. Get a drink, have a cigarette, kiss your loved one, do whatever, and then come back. And that gives you a chance to come up with your own ideas. Am I right about Khanna? Am I right that Khanna deserved to be detained? Khanna deserved to be arrested. Hang on, I'm just going to type it out. Should Khanna, should he have been shot for what he did? So I'm going to leave you guys with that question. When I come back, we will talk about that. Okay. And in the meantime, I'm going to give you a quick video here. Boom, boom, boom. This is from back in this was this year, about AI. We're going to talk. I'm going to show you a video about AI. Boom, boom, boom. While I'm gone for 45 minutes. And then we'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about Khanna and the way he's crying on the internet right now. He's literally on X right now, crying his eyes out. Oh, they treated me so mean. That's Khanna. What can you expect? But I will do that. And then when I come back, we will pick back up.
Flames, no sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his pup, the world's watchdog, calling out the rough. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I'm here with you on a Saturday. I know, a little unusual, but I think it's kind of important. So it was a last-minute video that I wanted to put out. And I decided instead of doing a video, I wanted to go live to talk about AI, to talk about the terror attacks across the United States, national security, your security and safety, and the news media bias that is endangering your life. And I do mean that. They are making it more likely that you will be harmed by an act of terrorism here in the United States. And that's a big issue. And I think it's unacceptable to see this happen. Now, you may disagree, you may agree. We will find out as we go through. It won't be a long live stream today, but I think it's an important one. And we'll talk more on Sunday during the Sunday live stream at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time about, well, that and everything else. But let me start off. Now, as many of you may be aware, I do a lot of research throughout the week and, of course, on the weekend to prepare for my Sunday live stream show. We've been doing that for 9 years in a row. It's been a great show. It's growing. I thank everyone who does take some time to watch the program. Now, today, in doing that, I was doing some research about the acts of terrorism that have been occurring across the United States. Obviously, as the United States, back on February 28th, we decided to take out the Ayatollah. We started effectively a war, a military conflict, however you want to word it, with Iran, which has been going exceedingly well so far by most standards you can apply to a war. But there was a fear from the FBI expressed to the rest of the nation to worry about terrorist cells and lone terrorists that may become active and endanger people's lives. And so they wanted people to be more alert about this, as it is something that could happen across the country. And it has. And it has. Now, there's two ways to look at this. Either you hide the information from the public and make them think there's never been an act of terror in America whatsoever, or you inform the public so that they have knowledge and they can be aware and they can protect themselves and others. I, of course, believe in the second choice, to inform the public, to inform you because you are an adult, because you are intelligent, because you can make decisions. And most importantly, the only person who can make a decision in a time of emergency that will save your life is you, not the government, not law enforcement. You will protect yourself, your loved ones, your property in an emergency first and foremost. Everyone else comes second, unless you're extremely lucky and there's a police officer standing right next to you for some reason. But otherwise, it's on you. So the more informed you are, the better decisions you make to protect your life, the life of your loved ones, and your property. It's real simple. This is the basis of the Second Amendment. That's why there is a Second Amendment in America. So I was doing some research on that to, again, raise awareness that people should be aware of. Okay, there are things happening in America. It is a reality. It's not some abstract idea that there are terrorists, known and suspected terrorists in America that are endangering your life. And of course, they did come under the Biden-Harris administration. I've shown the data on this coming from the government itself many, many times throughout the entire Biden-Harris administration. The number of known and suspected terrorists increased by over 1,000%. So I've shown you the data. Now I wanted to get into what's been happening. And then I ran into AI. I was using ChatGPT to give me a better understanding of, did I miss any stories? Because a lot of these news stories are regional. The mainstream news media, for some reason, don't want to talk about this. You don't see these stories very often on CNN or on ABC or CBS or on MS Now. You don't see these stories. They leave it to the regional local news, and they avoid mentioning it on the national level as long as possible because it doesn't help their group, their left-leaning organizations. These news media, they're left-leaning, and they want to promote the idea that Democrats will protect you 24 hours a day wherever you go, and that you are safe with more government and less freedom than the opposite. That's the goal of the mainstream news media. Some may disagree with me on that. Some people may say, Mike, no, you misunderstand. That's not correct. The Democrats want to protect you 24/7. No, they don't. And their policies prove that. But that's an argument for tomorrow. Again, I was doing the research with ChatGPT. Now, I do want to mention something before I get into ChatGPT. By the way, I am open to everyone's comments. As you can see, the comments are up. You can go on to Facebook, onto YouTube, onto Rumble, on X. You can leave a comment and tell me, Mike, you disagree with anything I say. I'm happy to hear it. But let's take a look here. So I was looking through, and the reason why this is important is we can see some information. Right now in America, Chat GPT and AI in general is a massive source for people collecting information. Now, looking at this, if you're looking at the youth of America, this is the future. People are being brainwashed and programmed, and that is including a bias, a leftist bias that is being put into AI to make you comply and to obey. And it's detrimental to your health and safety. Let me show you what I mean. So here we have an article. This is from the Pew Research Center. Matter of fact, let me show you so you don't think I'm making it up. This is from Pew Research Center. This came out on March 12th, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. And they said, okay, looking at this, the youth of America, those are 13 to 74, 64% say they've used some form of AI. And they use it predominantly to search for information. 57% of our youth are learning to get information from AI sources. That is troubling when you consider what I'm going to get into in the show, what I'm going to show you very shortly. 57%. Now, they say only 19% are using AI to get news. But that's not exactly correct, because news is information. And I don't think most kids, most of the youth are separating that. They don't know the difference. There isn't a difference between information and news. News is information. So I go with the 57%. 57% of our youth rely on AI to get information besides other sources. Now, that's kind of troubling to me, and I want you to see something else. So on this, and this is coming from the Reuters Institute, okay, Reuters Institute, and they're looking at AI. This came out last year, 2025, and they found that weekly use for AI for getting information has more than doubled from 11% to 24%. That's in 2025. Overtaking media, creating media, social interaction. So what we're looking at is over 24% of people are using AI for information. Much like our students, we're seeing people go to AI to gather information on the news. And by the way, who leads that? ChatGPT. 22% of adults are using ChatGPT to gather information for them, and that information includes news, to tell them what's going on in the world, to give them an idea of what's happening. Now, I put this together so that you understand as clearly as I do that this is a major impact on your life. If you are misinformed about the details, you will make the wrong conclusion. I'm not saying that they can't do it. I am saying you're not getting the full story. You're getting a biased story. Remember, AI is only as smart as the programming it was created with. If the programmers are left-leaning, then the output, the program, ChatGPT, will be left-leaning as well. There is an agenda to favor the left to come out with an outcome that is going to be positive for the left. And that is dangerous to you in this case. Let me make my point. So I want to show you, there is no question here. It is an absolute fact that ChatGPT was created and programmed to be left-leaning. All sides, when you go to look at what bias exists in the news media, and there is always, I believe always, and most studies will show, there is bias in your news media, one way or the other, left or right. Almost everything has a bias. And as I mentioned, ChatGPT is left-leaning. It was programmed by programmers who are left-leaning to be a left-leaning source. It will help Democrats, progressives, socialists. It will be in favor, and it will try to make you favor those groups, that ideology, every time that you use it. 22% of adults, 57% of the youth are being trained to prefer and believe the left-leaning ideology every time they use ChatGPT. I want you to further understand that some of the sources that are critical to ChatGPT and much of the news are left-leaning themselves. Case in point, and I will show you why I'm using the Washington Post as my primary example. I will get to that in just a moment. But the Washington Post is left-leaning. This should not be a shock to almost anyone. Well, almost. The left will tell you that it's neutral. It's not. If you ask the Washington Post, they will tell you that they are unbiased, that they are neutral 100%. That is a lie. And any credible source, and almost every single source, will tell you that Washington Post, among other news media, like the New York Times, like ABC, CNN, they're left-leaning at the least. Places like MS Now, well, they are the left, if not the far left. They are absolutely ideological. But most of the other major news organizations are left-leaning. There are exceptions like Fox News, News Nation. Yeah, they're on the right, but the majority, 90% of the news media are left-leaning. And I know the left love to say, no, but it's all about the right. The right controls it. No, that's a lie. That is a bald-faced lie. But now we have seen the compounding influence on AI. It is created by software engineers and organizations, businesses that are left-leaning, that rely on left-leaning news media to output left-leaning results that will alter the outcome for you. And that's a problem because they don't tell you this. They're not honest about this. So the question is, what I started with and what I was doing my research on was about my story for tomorrow, going over the safety or lack of safety of American citizens. And I won't get into deep here, but very simply, when we had the open border policies of the progressive left under the Biden-Harris administration, hundreds, if not thousands, of known and suspected terrorists entered the United States. Some of them still exist in the United States at this time. We don't know where they are. Some have been caught and have been removed from America. In the time that some of them have been here, like the 8 members of ISIS from Turkmenistan that were hiding out in California for an entire year, what were they doing? Were they planning acts of terror? Were they creating more sleeper cells? Were they indoctrinating others into their ideological belief of terrorism? We don't know. So that is a concern, a very big concern, especially at this moment, now that the second Ayatollah is dead. We are currently involved in a conflict with Iran, and the fanatical religious beliefs of Iran are losing the battle. They are unequivocally, they are losing. So this is important to know. You should be aware. Sleeper cells exist. There Yes, I'm back, folks. So my dog decided to check the temperature. It's 83 degrees out in the shade. And he said, nope, not having that. Decided to come back in. And so I'm back now with you guys. So yeah, that was a little bit odd. Sorry for that. But I did have the opportunity, besides getting a quick cigarette, to send a message to Representative Khanna directly. And hopefully, Representative Khanna of California will respond to me. I would love that. But we'll see. And you guys can send out a clip of what I've just said. Send it out to him. Please do. Send it to Khanna. Ask him to respond. Uh, where is it? There it is. There it is. And so, just so you understand, let me show you what I actually did right now before I get to the comments. So, this is what I just said to Representative Khanna, member of Congress. And I said, you deserved to be detained. Your trip was wasteful in Israel. Waste of time. This was just a vibe check so that you could boost your name, so you could try and run in 2028. By the way, nobody is polling Khanna. He has no support at this moment. There's a lot of people in the media and a lot of the Democratic Socialists and progressives who are saying that would be a great idea, but no one is interested. There is not one poll that has been done with Khanna running for president because he has no support, but he's trying to create that support. That's why he went to Israel. That's why he picked a fight with a bunch of Israelis in their home, and threatened and scared the hell out of them, making them think he was some kind of terrorist trying to plot a bomb threat on them. That's what I believe happened. That's what I think he did. And Representative Khanna, if you think I am wrong, if you think I have misunderstood, if I have misrepresented anything, please, you can definitely come onto this program. You can have one of your subordinates provide a written statement. I will read it verbatim. Go and ask members of Congress from New York State. They know me. I know several members of Congress and several former members of Congress, and you can ask any of them. I never take anyone out of context. If you send me a response, I will read that verbatim in full context so that everyone will be able to see what you think of it and to see whatever your response is. If you want to come onto the program, I will provide you up to 12 hours to be able to respond to my comments about your trip to Israel and its intent and what a waste of money it was. But I'm more than willing to stand there and let you respond in person to everything that I have said, because I am not afraid. And I know that I believe I am more accurate than not in what I have described and exactly how the events in Israel took place. That you set up, you and your entourage were raising the threat level of that village, and therefore they responded in kind to protect themselves, as they should. But Representative Khanna, if you think I am wrong, that I have misrepresented you in any way, shape, or form, please, you can send either a direct comment and I will quote that and I will put it on the air word for word, refuting whatever you want to refute. Or if you wish to speak with me live, unedited, on this program or anywhere, I'll go to CNN if you want. I'll go to MS Now if you want. I'll go to you anywhere you want in America live, and I will absolutely go through this with you. But I believe I am absolutely correct. And this is all in an effort to advance your political ambitions and has nothing to do with anything in America. You did not benefit the people of California. You did not benefit the people of America. This did not help resolve anything. You did not help the Palestinians. You did not help the Israelis. You helped no one except yourself. And I would love, and I can't wait to see how much money you are going to announce within the week, that you will announce that you have raised from progressive liberal academics that are perhaps anti-Semites that gave you boatloads of money because you were detained. Oh, boo-hoo, you got detained for being a dumbass in a foreign country. And you're, oh, but I'm a member of Congress. Who cares? That's true in America. That's not true anywhere else in the world. And that doesn't give you the right to go to foreign countries and to threaten innocent people. You don't get to do that. You're a dumbass, and that's a great reason why you should never be president. That you have such a chip on your shoulder to think that you are so self-important that wherever you go, everyone else should recognize you and treat you like you're royalty. That is wrong. This is the perfect reason, and I will say it now, and I will say it, I hope someone clips it for the future. Khanna, you do not deserve to be president. You don't have the right temperament. You don't have the right mindset. And this is a clear example of why you should never be in any higher. I don't even know why you're a member of Congress with this mentality and this mindset. I understand you got the vibe check. I get it. You can virtue signal like no one else. But that is clear disqualification to me for you being president or vice president or any elected office, to be honest. You should be removed because of how wastefully and how unwisely you acted. That's my point of view, Representative Khanna, speaking directly to you as I did on X. Here's the comment. I just sent it so everyone can see it. And I hope he does respond. I truly do. And if he does, I will provide that for you guys live so that you can see it. And I'll read it verbatim. If he leaves a written statement, I will read it off verbatim on this program so that you can hear anything and everything he has to say. Not a problem. So with that being said, let me see here. Where did we leave off? Let me go back to some of the comments there. And the comments are, and I had said, did Khanna deserve to be detained? So, Bronner has a comment. Bronner says, thank you. It's hard to put all that what's happening into words. I will let Donna know your condolences. Oh, that's with you and yes. Okay. Bronner says, yes, detaining him was just being cautious. Should he have been shot? No. I would have shot him, to be fair and to be honest. In that scenario where threats are omnipresent and someone is that suspicious, yeah, odds are I might have taken a shot at him. Not necessarily to kill him. Again, most people tend to think, well, you're shooting to kill. No, I'd shoot to wing him, hit him in his leg, shoot him in his arm so that, he's not going to go too far. Disable him. And you can do that. I mean, firearms are very, very precise. You could have been able to do that. But he was detained properly. And I think it was the proper thing for the Israeli government to step in and to take the side. And he was very upset about this. He was very upset that the Israeli government took the side of the Israeli people in their country over Khanna. And it was really amazing. I believe I have the comment here. Do I have the quote here? Yes, here it is. So his comment, and I want you to see this because it's really amazing. Khanna says, quote, we were at a village that Israeli settlers had destroyed. That is not confirmed. That's his opinion. And that's anti-Semitic in the manner in which he's using it. But going on. He was in a village that was an Israeli village. So how can it be an abandoned Palestinian village if there are Israeli settlers in the village? That's who confronted him. That's according to PBS and several other news sources, internationally credible news sources. The story changes depending on who he's talking to and to get the message across. He goes, and these hoodlums come in with machine guns. I love this. And these hoodlums, this is Khanna speaking, and these hoodlums come in with machine guns. M4, an American-made machine gun. An M4, you dumbass, Khanna, an M4 is a rifle. It is not a machine gun. Yes, it could have been American-made, probably was. It's not. It's a short barrel AR-15. It is not a machine gun. It does not operate as a machine gun. There is a massive world of difference between a machine gun and an M4 rifle. You are so ignorant of the Second Amendment and of firearms that you don't know the difference. You're thinking of Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Commando movie rather than actually looking at reality. You've been hanging around too many, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all the anti-Second Amendment nut jobs of the Democratic Party. You don't realize the reality, which is that an M4 is a rifle. It is not a machine gun. They are not interchangeable. They aren't the same. They don't function in the same manner. You moron. He goes on to say, and they detained us as they should have. You were a potential threat. You were presenting yourself as a threat. You did not go in and announce yourself. You didn't introduce yourself. You were standing around threatening and menacingly in an area that is regularly attacked by Hezbollah, that is regularly attacked by Hamas, two terrorist organizations, and also is occasionally bombed by Iran, a terrorist nation. So yes, you are the bad guy in this. You want to get the feels, you want the sympathy and the empathy and the money, but you are in the wrong, Khanna. You had no reason to be there. Again, I ask you, why were you wasting American taxpayer money in Israel? You had no reason to be there. You have no need to be there. He goes on to say, they blocked off the road. Good. And then they call the IDF. So rather than shoot you, which is possibly what I would have done, and on top of detaining you, they called the authorities to find out what was going on. Were they actually facing a threat as you presented yourself to be? That's the right thing. They could have shot you dead. They could have. And there would have been some argument over whether they were right or wrong for doing so. And there's an argument to say that, yeah, they should have, but they could have done that. They didn't, because they were reasonable and they took the reasonable action. They got authorities to come in to resolve the situation. You should be happy about that. That should reassure you that the Israelis aren't running around like the progressives would like people to think, running around just shooting Palestinians dead every time they see one. Oh, there's a Palestinian, they're dead. Oh, there's a brown-skinned person, let's go and shoot them. That isn't what's happening. That's what the media in America wants to make it sound like. That's what the leftist academics want people to feel like it is. That's not the reality. That's not the truth. Khanna goes on to say, and the IDF is on their side. It's their nation. That's like you being surrounded by a bunch of Marines and someone says, well, I have a problem with Khanna. The Marines are going to protect you as an American citizen. They're not going to take the side of the foreign country. They're not going to take the side of the foreigners. They're going to protect the Americans. That's their job. That's what they're there for, to protect you. If someone's over at an embassy and they're trying to get in and you're inside the embassy and some foreigners on the other side and they're going, no, but that guy, I want him. Send him over to our country. Let him get out. Send him outside the embassy. They will say no because their job is to protect you. That's what the IDF is doing. It's pretty straightforward here, folks. Mm-hmm. So it's ridiculous to me. It's pretty straightforward. In his own words, Khanna wants sympathy. He wants money. He wants to get more power. He wants to run for president. Anyone with that much of an ego trip, anyone who is that narcissistic to think that he is so omnipresent and so all important that every country in the world will go, oh my God, Khanna showed up. That is someone who absolutely should not be, absolutely should never be president. I don't care how much the progressives and the socialists want to say, well, I like Ro Khanna. You just don't understand Ro Khanna. I understand everything I need to know about Ro Khanna by this one event. I think that's true for everyone in America. Is there anyone? I'm opening it up to all of my chat, as I always do. And I'm asking you guys, is there anyone who disagrees with me on this? Is there anyone who thinks, oh, no, they should have known who Ro Khanna, the American congressman from California, they should have known who he was immediately by sight, that they shouldn't have called the law enforcement of their country to resolve a potential threat that could have been terrorists, because terrorists are an omnipresent threat in that country. Does anyone disagree with me? Is there anyone on the left, any progressive, any socialist who can give me an argument that they love to try and make that said, oh, no, Israel's in the wrong? Because we saw Ro Khanna, he tried to say that. Matter of fact, let me try and bring up. Ro Khanna has a comment. It's on X. I'm going to try and find it for you guys. Let me see if I can find his comment on X. Where is it? Bear with me, folks. Ro Khanna, boom, boom. Here it is. So here's this comment right now. I want to show you this because this is a guy who's on an ego trip. So here it is. And this is him talking. Obviously, this is what he wanted. It's being talked about on Face the Nation. It's being talked about by me and others in politics. And his comment is, Ro Khanna says, if a U.S. congressman and American citizens were detained illegally, it's not illegal. You're in their country. You were detained in a foreign country by citizens of that country because they thought you were a terrorist threat. It's pretty straightforward. That's not illegal. By settlers and the military of another nation, the military was there to resolve the situation. And not knowing whether or not you, Ro Khanna, were a terrorist, they held you in place, detained you to find out if you were a terrorist, if you were an actual threat to the Israeli people. That's not a crime. That's doing their job. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what you would want to happen. But instead, he's got his ego trip. I'm a progressive from America. I'm elected. You should be bowing down to me. No one should bow down to you because you're an American or because you're a member of elected office. No one cares. You're not important on geopolitics. You're not important. You should never have been there. There was no reason for you to be there. He goes on to say, the ambassador would beg the American people for forgiveness and take action against the perpetrators, the height of arrogance. The only thing that's arrogant, Ro Khanna, is your answer here. And I am sure that there are a bunch of people over at Harvard and Columbia, that are over at Binghamton University and over at Cornell that hate Israelis, and they are all happy and they're clapping for you and they're going to send you a bunch of money, but you didn't earn it. That's not the American people. That's not the international populace. You are in the wrong. You are lucky that you weren't arrested. And again, lucky that you didn't get shot. But these are his words himself. This is Ro Khanna. That's his justification. His justification is, but I'm a progressive congressman. You can't do that. I'm so upset. This is liberal tears live. This is Ro Khanna crying. I wish that he would show up on some program where someone like myself could actually respond to him and actually make a comment and say, you're out of your mind. You got what you deserved. You are in the wrong. And by the way, again, I ask, as I have several times now, why were you wasting American citizens' money for your trip to Israel to virtue signal? Why were you virtue signaling on the American people's dime? It's that simple. It's just that simple. And it doesn't matter if you like Israelis or you hate Israelis or you love Hamas or you love Hezbollah, if you love terrorism, it doesn't matter because Khanna is wrong in every way, shape, and form. And him being indignant about it tells me he should never be president. And this is why he can't be president. So I wanted to cover that. And trust me, he does want to be president. He does. He's already made it very clear. He came out earlier this year, back in April, that he wants to be president. He thinks he has great reasons to be president. Well, this is the reason why you shouldn't. But he was already in Newsweek. He was already trying to convince them to convince others that he should be a contender. The map. If you go to Real Clear Politics right now, matter of fact, I'm going to go to Real Clear. Let's see. We'll go to 2028, and we're going to check out presidential polls. Where is it? Where is Democrat? There it is. Democrat nomination. So let me show you. This is what this is all about. This is the Real Clear Politics is independent and neutral. And what they are doing is they take all the polls, all the major credible polls nationally, and they add them all up and they figure out what the number is. That's it. They don't have a bias on one side or the other. This is just what the numbers say. And so you're seeing this right now. And I want you to notice that in the Real Clear Politics, they have Whitmer, Bashir, Booker, Pritzker, Kelly, that's Senator Mark Kelly, Ossoff. Most people don't even know who half of these people are that are running or would like to run for the Democratic nomination for president. And yet, you know what name you don't see on anyone's list in any poll across America? You can look this up for yourself. You will not hear anyone say Khanna. Since April, he's been trying to convince somebody that he has a chance. It doesn't exist. That's why he went to Israel. That's why this incident happened. Is he sure? You want to go outside?
He keeps crying at me and getting me home.
Hang on a moment, folks. I want to check on my dog. My dog's acting up again. Or, well, not acting up, but it's hot.
Like it's a broken appliance.
Hang on a second. What?
He's a person. You said it like he was a.
All right, I'm going to try and take my dog out again. Going to try and take my dog out again. Let's see how it goes this time. There are extremist, fanatical religious zealots, as well as fanatical leftists that exist in America right now, and they are willing and wishing to cause you harm. Therefore, you must be aware. This is what the Second Amendment is all about. This is why you should have the right. I hear this from the left all the time. Why should you have a shotgun? Why should you have a handgun? Why should you have access to a rifle? Because I need to protect myself first. We don't all walk around with a police officer in tow everywhere we go 24 hours a day the moment we leave our house. That isn't reality, nor will it ever become reality. And passing a law does not make you safe. Criminals don't care about that. The criminally insane don't care about that. And religious fanatics don't care about the law. So that's important to understand. So let's go a little bit further. Is there a clear and present threat? Here's a couple of things that I knew should be in the news. So one of the things that we know for a fact is in the news is the Old Dominion shooting. A lot of people are talking about that right now. Absolutely. And we knew that's the case. There's also some information about what happened in Texas. Most people may have forgotten that in Texas, there was a suspected terrorist attack as well. And of course, there's what happened in New York City, which a lot of people are very familiar with. Okay, so that being said, what is ChatGPT actually saying? Where is it? Here it is. So I wanted to make sure that I was up to date. A lot of things are happening. There's a lot of breaking news. And again, most of these incidents, these attacks, are held by local news. The mainstream news media does not want to share that with you. They don't want you to think about this is a result of Democratic progressive policies from under the Biden-Harris administration. They don't want you to consider that because then you might not vote Democrat in 2026. Democrats might not have as much power going forward. They could even lose the 2028 election. They don't want you to consider that. They want to give you one path to walk down, and that always leads to vote Democrat. That's the goal of the left-leaning news media. So I decided to ask ChatGPT to look for any of the local stories, any of the lesser news agencies that are reporting on an act of potential terrorism in America, known or potential. And I asked the question, how many known or suspected terrorist attacks occurred in the United States since the U.S.-Iran conflict started? That would be February 28th, 2026. It's a very simple, very direct question. It's not hard to figure out. So the answer that I got from ChatGPT, and the whole point of why I'm doing this live, the answer they gave us is 3. 3 known or suspected acts of terrorism in the United States. Only 3. And to be very clear, based on current confirmed reporting, they're saying that there were 3 known or suspected terrorist or ideologically motivated attacks in the United States. Just 3. Instantly, that is wrong. We know that is absolutely wrong. The number is 4, maybe 5. That's just off of my common knowledge of what's in the news media that has been reported, not counting smaller news stories that may exist, which is the whole reason why I would use AI to find out what's happening locally across the United States. Now, ChatGPT says this, and they say the only ones that exist, the only ones that are possible, again, it says these are the only ones. The answer is Old Dominion University shooting, which I just showed you happened 2 days ago. Yes. There is the synagogue shooting, which some people may not have heard about, over in West Bloomfield Township in Michigan. Some people in America may not have heard about that. Why? That was a local story. In fact, to find out about it, you'd have to read The Guardian. The Guardian, a British newspaper, is the leading source that ChatGPT would tell you, because the American news media doesn't want to talk about this. They don't want you to know that terrorism exists in America. So they reduced that, but that happened. Okay. There's the university classroom shooting in Virginia. Oh, yes, there was another college shooting, another college mass shooting by a suspected, if not known, terrorist in America. Yeah, it wasn't just Old Dominion. It also happened in Virginia. And this, you would have to go to the Sentinel, Colorado, which is a local regional news organization. You're not going to get that information from CNN or ABC. New York Times isn't talking about this. They want it regional, so you don't know what's going on. And a lot of people may not be aware of that. Okay, so ChatGPT comes back to the overall count is 3. Only 3. That's it. Now, they mentioned that there is a heightened terrorism threat. And in summary, confirmed or suspected incidents, 3, within the first 2 weeks of the Iran war escalation. So I had to ask a question, and I asked ChatGPT, didn't the 2 teens from Pennsylvania that threw a improvised explosive device, a homemade frag grenade. This is a deadly weapon, a bomb, not a smoke bomb like it was originally. The very first news on this a week ago was it was a smoke bomb. No, it wasn't a smoke bomb. There was smoke because the bomb didn't go off because they didn't know how to make it. They made it improperly, thank God. Otherwise, it would have been a shrapnel bomb, a shrapnel grenade that they were trying to kill people with. Very specific people, not Mandami, which you may have heard from Abby Phillips. This wasn't a joyride. This wasn't some field trip like CNN initially tried to tell the American people. That these kids, they're just a bunch of teens. They came to New York City like many people do. They just happened to have a couple of bombs, homemade bombs that they were carrying around with them just because, that's what teenagers do. And they decided to throw that into a crowd of people. No, that isn't the reality. That's why CNN deleted their tweet, because it's ridiculous on its face, and they are trying to downplay the acts of terrorism that are connected directly to the Biden-Harris administration, and more importantly, are something that they were in favor of. Why? The bad guy was a white supremacist, according to the news. Jake Lang. It's white supremacy, according to Zoran Mandami. They wanted to push that message to downplay the actual cause and to make it more likely that you're going to vote Democrat because Jake Lang is associated with MAGA, making America great again. He's associated with Republicans and the right and Donald Trump. So they're trying to manipulate you into voting more Democrat by associating everything negative, every problem in America with someone who is MAGA or aligned with Donald Trump or being on the right and being a right wing or Republican. They want to demonize them any way they can. And they're spin actual news to get that propaganda into your brain. So I brought this up and I said, wait a minute, it is a fact. I'm in New York City. I know that this was not just regional news. It has reached a low level of national news, that this is an important story. 2 teens who had previously spent about 6 months to a year over in Turkey and in Syria, overseas, potentially being indoctrinated into ISIS and being trained to be sleeper cells, came back to America, and they then built bombs and tried to kill New York City police and also Americans who were protesting verbally, peacefully. Again, you don't have to like Jake Lang. You don't have to agree with his ideology. I don't. But that's a First Amendment right. He has the right to protest whatever he wants. And he was doing so peacefully. There was a counter-protest that was also peaceful, saying how much they hate white supremacists. Fair enough. And these teens took the opportunity to lob grenades, fragmentation grenades, with the intent to kill and or maim. And they were trying to take out the police and the right. Okay, so that's a fact. There's no question about that. So I asked ChatGPT, and I said, hey, wait a minute. What about those teens? Doesn't that count? And ChatGPT came back and said, yes, 2 teenagers from Pennsylvania who threw IEDs in New York City did admit ISIS was their inspiration and that they were members. It wasn't just inspiration. They said and we are supporters. We are ISIS. At least one of the two teams said, I am ISIS, identified with ISIS, and is inspired with them. But authorities have not confirmed they were trained by ISIS. I didn't say it was confirmation. Remember, my initial question wasn't, is it confirmed? I said known or suspected. And it is suspected that those teams are terrorists. And that what they did, by their own words, were trained by ISIS or inspired by ISIS, and that they identify with ISIS. That is a suspected terrorist event. So he says, okay, yeah, that's true. And they admit it. Okay. Now, they did admit ISIS inspiration and allegiance. They are charged with supporting ISIS. Okay. So I said, so including the PA kids, there were 4 known or suspected terror attacks in the United States since the U.S.-Iran conflict started. Not 3. Isn't that correct? ChatGPT comes back to me and says, yes, if you include that, that's correct. There are 4 incidents, not 3. Okay, so if that's the case, I then decided to ask ChatGPT another important question. Was the attack at an Austin, Texas bar an act of terrorism, as many believe it was? Is it not suspected to be an act of terrorism by a 53-year-old Singali naturalized U.S. citizen? Is that not the case? Because it was. And it was on the day that we started the U.S.-Iran conflict. So the answer is yes. The Austin bar shooting is a possible terrorist event. Oh, so there's more. So just because the local news, and by the way, let me go back a second here. I believe I have it here. Where is it? So the reason why they said there was only 3, that's because of the Washington Post. According to the Washington Post, a left-leaning news media service that wants to promote Democrats, wants to promote progressivism and socialism, they want to push you to vote left. And they have an agenda and a purpose. And they lied and said on March 13th, they knew there were 5 events in America since the start of the U.S.-Iran conflict. And they said, no, don't worry about that. There's only 3. They minimized this, just like CNN, just like Abby Phillips. They minimized this to lie to you, to make the impact against Democrats smaller, to make it more likely that you still might vote Democrat. And ChatGPT, looking at the left, looking for left-leaning news media, making sure they got the biggest names out there to support them, because ChatGPT was built to be left-leaning, to convince you to vote Democrat. They said, nope, that's it. The Washington Post said it was 3, that's it. There is no other answer. There's no other way. It's not possible. Nothing else exists. So I've already got it to agree and confirm that the attack from the Pennsylvania teens, well, that was an act of terror. And I also got it to understand, and it agrees, that the Austin, Texas attack, where is it? There it is. The Austin, Texas bar attack, well, that was another potential terrorist action. So it's wrong. And the answer is, so I had to ask ChatGPT. So when I asked about all suspected or known terrorist attacks since the start of the U.S.-Iran conflict, based on your own verifications of ChatGPT itself, the correct answer is 5. Not 3, 5. Because it knew about the other 2 attacks. It knows that it was wrong. It knows the answer is 5, not 3. Does this make a difference? It does make a difference. So when I said, ChatGPT, you're wrong. Based on verified reporting, if you count all incidents that authorities have investigated or described as possible terrorism since the start of the U.S.-Iran conflict, the number would reasonably be about 5. About 5? I named 5 incidents. There are 5 known incidents. Okay. The key is investigation. Okay, so it's saying, well, there's more criteria here. So I had to ask this. I asked GPT, but you're adding conditions to my question. And the answer. I asked about the known or suspected terror attacks. And then ChatGPT decided to add its leftist filter onto my question and onto the answers. It decided to put a left-leaning spin on facts that might affect people's lives. And it filtered the response. And I had to ask it, why were you filtering my response? We know the answer is 5. It's not maybe, it is 5. And we confirmed all 5 events individually, one by one. ChatGPT cannot stand by what it said. We know the Washington Post is factually wrong. The Washington Post is lying to the American people. CNN, Abby Phillips are lying to the American people. We know this for a fact. They have been caught. They have been called out. It is absolutely documented. So ChatGPT goes, you're right. I am right to call out ChatGPT. Short answer, it should not have changed my question, nor should it have altered and edited the answer. Why did it do that? Because it was programmed for the left. It is programmed to convince you to vote Democrat, to vote progressive and socialist. It is inherently a biased leftist machine. It is built to push you. It goes on to say, I asked, and again, it quotes me, how many known or suspected terrorist attacks occurred in the U.S. since the U.S.-Iran conflict started? It is simple, a direct question. By adding, so ChatGPT admits, where is it? Oh, there it is. By adding qualifiers like confirmed, directly tied to Iran, clearly ideological, it filtered the answer. So it's like, oh, but I was going by standard reporting. Yeah, but I already included that. I said known or suspected. Known or suspected. Doesn't matter what criteria you use, you're now adding criteria that I didn't add. Things that I didn't ask about. So the correct way, it tells you, the correct way to answer my question was to tell me the truth. And the answer is 5. At least 5 acts of terror have been happening in America across this nation that you should be concerned about, that you should be aware about, that you should know are happening, not just in New York City, and they're happening in Texas, in Austin, they're happening in Michigan, they're happening in Virginia. These are things that are important to you. These things are affecting people across this nation of every age group, which is why we have a Second Amendment, which is why you should be informed so that you don't get lulled into this belief that you're safe. Oh, I live in Virginia. Couldn't happen here. I live in the Midwest of America. That couldn't happen here. Yes, it can. I live in a big city with 35,000 police officers. I'm safe. No, you're not. Now, that doesn't mean go out and panic, lock your doors, walk around with a shotgun everywhere you go. It doesn't mean that. Just because someone has a different religion, just because they dress or speak differently than you, doesn't mean that you should panic. That is not what that means. But it does mean be aware of your surroundings. It does mean be prepared that you would have to take action. If that means grab your kids and duck behind a car, if it means run around a corner screaming for the police, or if it means tackling the shooter and taking them out like in Old Dominion to protect yourself and those around you, whatever it takes. But now you're aware, no, I can't hide behind the idea I'm safe. No, you're not. No, you're not. Be prepared to help others, to protect yourself, because a police officer isn't on every corner waiting to see that you are safe. That's an important thing to get through people's minds, because we have that illusion in America that we are untouchable, that we are absolutely impenetrable, and we will always be safe. And we forget about the things that were done to make us permeable. When the Biden administration, when Harvard and Columbia, when the left came together and said, open all the doors, open the gates, let everyone in, they didn't think about the consequence of that. And now we must live with that consequence, which means more danger to each and every American, to every single person in all of our cities and all of our towns across this nation. You're out for a bar, you're going out for a beer at a bar on the weekend, you have to be aware. If you are going, you're in New York City, you're just walking around, you have to be aware. You're going to college to learn, God knows what. You're learning about engineering, has nothing to do with politics, and you have to be aware. Because someone, a bunch of progressive leftists, opened up the nation and allowed you and your family and loved ones to be in danger. And if you're lucky, if you're capable, if you don't live in a bluer than blue state, you have the Second Amendment on your side to protect you from those dangers that now exist in our nation, that didn't exist before. There it goes. Every incident should have been mentioned. There are 5 incidents. Your question was clear and broader than the answer ChatGPT gave. I love it. ChatGPT is really good at the blame game, and it's throwing off. It goes, ChatGPT unintentionally narrowed. No, it was intentional. It didn't unintentionally. It wasn't an accident. It's a computer, not a human being. It didn't forget. It knew. The second I mentioned the other cases, it said, yep, they're absolutely correct. Have data on it. Have the sources for it. Different sources from around the country, credible sources saying, yep, that is an absolute fact. Yes, Mike, you were correct. So you can't say unintentional. Again, this is the excuse that it's telling to 57% of our children, 22% of grown adults are being told a lie. Oops. ChatGPT, it made a mistake. It didn't make a mistake. It was programmed to lie to me and to you. It was programmed to make Democrats and the left look better, to hide the consequences of leftist progressive policies, to make you more in danger of a potential terrorist attack by lowering your guard, to take you from being as alert to being someone who's a victim. It intentionally gave the answers that it knew were wrong. It knew, but it relied on the propaganda of the left, in this case, Washington Post, to tell you a lie, to tell you something that wasn't true. And it knew what it was saying. It knew there was more information than it was giving out. It was counting just like the programmers of ChatGPT, the writers, the news agency, Washington Post, were counting on the fact that you didn't know and would never ask to double check the data, to find out more, to see if there's anything else. They counted on you believing whatever they say to you, to obey them, to without question, believe everything they say because they're the left. And they call themselves the credible news media. They're the qualified people. 10,000 people, several thousand people work at the Washington Post. I'm one man. Hundreds of people have worked to create ChatGPT and to update it, modify it. Hundreds. Between ChatGPT and just the Washington Post, there are hundreds of millions of dollars have been dedicated with thousands of people. Then add in CNN. Then add in people like Abby Phillips. You're talking about tens of thousands of people being paid hundreds of millions of dollars. And they can't get this right. I'm one man. I'm poor. I got it right the first time. I knew the answer. And I was just checking, was there more information that I didn't know? And I was smarter and able to put the information together better than ChatGPT, whose only purpose is to gather information and give you when you ask a question. That is propaganda. That is brainwashing. That is programming you to believe whatever you are told by the authorities. This is authority bias in real life. Authority bias, which is primal to the left. Their authorities. I have a college degree. I've got a bunch of masters and doctorates. You have to listen to everything I say, even when I am obviously wrong. That's the bias the left wants you to believe in. Even when they're wrong, they're right. You're wrong always. Believe them, give them power, give them money, do what you're told. And if you do that, you will be misled. And they're doing it on purpose. It is propaganda. It is something that is meant to lead you to one conclusion. Now, anyone on the left that disagrees with me says, Mike, Mike, you're just being right-leaning. Yes, I am. I'm a Republican. I am conservative in my views. And I'm not wrong. Don't equate the two as one. Just because I'm right-leaning doesn't mean I'm wrong about this. And I've shown you, and even ChatGPT will admit they were wrong, they were misleading you, and they will tell you it was unintentional. Computers can't make unintentional mistakes. They make the mistakes that they were programmed to make. This wasn't a mistake. It knew what it was doing. The programmers knew what they were doing. The programmers were taught by the colleges that taught the news media, that taught the journalists, that actively push and indoctrinate our youth in left-leaning progressive ideology. This was no mistake. This is a setup. And they're using this same system to indoctrinate another generation. I showed you the poll from 2024. We are looking at 17-year-olds, 13 to 17-year-olds, 57% of them are being trained by ChatGPT, not the other way around. They're being trained to use AI to obey. 22% of adults are being trained and misinformed so that power will go to the left and only to the left and to the farthest left possible overall, is my opinion. But I am showing you the evidence here so that you can see this. It's not just Abby Phillips. She didn't make a mistake. CNN didn't just happen to accidentally violate ethics, journalistic ethics. They didn't accidentally do that. They didn't, oops, we typed out and approved this message to go out in social media. That was a complete mistake. Zohran Mamdani didn't just happen to accidentally make a mistake in saying that the attack at Gracie Mansion wasn't about ISIS-inspired terrorism. It wasn't about potential terrorists, sleeper cells in America. No. It was about white. It was about white people. It was about white Republicans who didn't have a bomb, who didn't attack anyone, who weren't violent. They were exactly what CNN would love to see. They were, in fact, peaceful protesters. You can abhor them. You can think what they're saying was horrible. You can say Jake Lang is a white supremacist. I will not argue with you on that. Has nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with this. Those guys, those two teens in Pennsylvania, if Jake Lang wasn't there, they were still walking around New York with a couple of bombs, fragmentation grenades, looking to blow up American citizens. No matter how you want to look at it. If Jake Lang wasn't there, they were going to blow up police and or everyone else wherever a crowd. That's it. They were looking for a crowd and they found it. And then they threw their bombs. Thank God they didn't get it to work. Maybe it's me. I think these things are important. I think this is critical. I think this is absolutely necessary to talk about. Now, you can tell me, Mike, you just don't understand, because the left loves to say, what? You just don't understand. I do. And I just showed you the evidence. I showed you a lot of the details. And again, I can show you even more. I can prove my point over and over again. CNN deleted, here it is, some of the other information. Well, what is this? Bear with me a second, folks. So CNN hid the information. CNN deletes their tone-deaf post downplaying terrorism. 2 Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City on Saturday morning for what could have been a normal day, enjoying the city. They were walking around with bombs, with fragmentation bombs designed to kill and maim. And you're telling me they're just walking around, it was just a normal Saturday. They're enjoying warm weather. Yes, I too walk around New York City with a bunch of fragmentation grenades just because. You never know. You might need a fragmentation bomb. Don't you walk around with a fragmentation bomb? Maybe you have a flamethrower, a couple of rocket launchers that you just happen to walk around with just in case. No, it was knowing lies. And so there's that. And then there's Abby Phillips with her lie. Let me show you that. So Abby Phillips with her lie when she says, I want to correct something she said the night prior. This was on March 11th. The Washington Post did not include this in their article. She said, the bombs thrown in New York City cover over the weekend, inspired by ISIS, was thrown into a crowd of anti-Muslim protesters and not specifically targeted at Mayor Mamdani. Mayor Mamdani wasn't there. Mayor Mamdani wasn't at Gracie Mansion. He was at an entirely different event. So was his wife. It had nothing to do with Mamdani. Mamdani, who would not mention that this was an ISIS attack. And by the way, Abby Phillips, CNN, knew that. Everything I just mentioned, they knew as a fact. 10,000 employees. Their main headquarters in New York City. They knew for a fact she was lying. She knew for a fact. And she's been called out for that. But she's not the only one. Again, this is from, of course, this is National Review. A little more right-leaning. Fair enough. Media can't hide the truth because they've been trying to hide this. Mamdani himself was trying to hide this from you. They are actively lying to you. And they know it. They don't want to tell you the truth. All right. So with all that being said, whoops, my camera's floating. I just wanted to share this with you. You are being programmed by AI. AI was programmed by the left. The left want more power, and they are willing to do whatever it takes. And if you happen to be in danger of some teenager who was programmed by ISIS or some other terrorist organization, they don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about the teens. They don't care about anything except having power and your money. Donate Democrat, gotta vote blue no matter who, even though they would let you die, even though they would endanger your life, even though their programs, their machinery, the things that they are trying to use to teach your kids, to program and indoctrinate your kids and your family. Yeah, they don't care. As long as that works, whatever it takes to get power. I'm looking forward to seeing the comments. Please comment. Show up tomorrow on the Sunday live stream at 2:30 p.m. And you want to say, Mike, you just got this wrong. You didn't understand. Please explain it to me. Let me know how I got it wrong, because I can tell you, I didn't. ChatGPT will admit it. If you know, and it's very hard, I spend 8 hours a day looking at news media from across the country and around the world. That's how I know that there were 5 events. But what if you didn't know? And therefore you were lulled into the belief that you are safe because you're in a blue city, because Democrats promised you're going to be safe, because you don't believe, oh, it's that right-wing stuff. There's no sleeper cells in America. And then you and your family, your loved ones, wind up being harmed because of this propaganda being put out there. I tell you what, I think you should be informed. I think you're smart. I think you know how to use the information without running around grabbing the nearest person who speaks a foreign language with a suntan and stringing them up on a tree. I don't think that's what's going to happen. Not in 2026. That's not realistic. That's not true. But that's what they want you to believe. The right's just looking for someone with a suntan and an accent so they can string them up on a tree. That is ridiculous. Patently false. Does not exist. Is not true. They're using your emotions to gain power, and they don't care if you get harmed in the process. I think that's important. That's why I wanted to point out to you. AI is brainwashing you. It's a tool, but it's a tool to brainwash. You should be aware of that. We should hold them accountable. If people disagree, I look forward to your comments. Folks, we've been on, it's just under an hour. I thank you for taking some time out of your Saturday. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same channel, talking about all the news and getting all of your comments. I'll talk to you again very soon. Oh my, oh my. I thought I had it timed out better. Needed another 9 minutes. Hang on one sec. So give me 1 second there, folks. All right. Sorry about that. I thought I had it timed out better. I usually do. So we're back a little bit. It's a crazy day today. We're having a bunch of my normal timing for the show is off. So we'll make do. And I know most people are going to be back at about 5:45 because that's when we said we will be back. And we will be back at that time. So I hope everyone's enjoying the show so far. Please do show your support. Like, share, most of all, most important, subscribe. We're very close to 2,000 subscribers. We want to hit 5,000 by the end of the year. We can do that with your support. It costs you absolutely nothing. Of course, if you do want to help the channel and you want to help me financially, fantastic. I'm all for that. You can go to our Patreon. It's $1.50 per month. Think about it, folks. We do over 40 hours of content every month. Well over 40 hours of content every month. And I don't know, something like 10 hours of content every week. Much of it live streamed, unscripted, and in-depth analysis of the politics, both geopolitics and local politics and national politics that are affecting you. And even for those who are overseas, to understand the American mindset and the American government, many people are watching. So you can join for $1.50. Compare that to your other streaming. You would have to go and see something like 20 movies. Think about it. The movies are crap nowadays. You would have to go and see something like Moana 20 times. You would have to go and see, what's the one that just came out and bombed? Oh, God. Everybody. Supergirl 20 times to equal the same amount of time that my program provides every month. And guess what? That would cost you what, $100, $150, and you can get that content for $1.50. That's it, $1.50 a month. That's better than watching Supergirl 20 times. Oh my God, why do that to yourself? But you don't have to. You can just hit the like and the subscribe button, and that's all you need to do. And I would appreciate that. Bronner is asking a question. Why don't you see Billy? Billy is commenting. If you see the green triangle there, he's commenting on Rumble. So he's making his comments over on Rumble, and that's why we see it on the channel. So that's why you're seeing that. And Billy has a very unique point of view. But to be very clear for people, I don't do conspiracy theories on this channel. That's not what we're about. I'm not here to bash nations like Israel or the United States. We don't do that on this channel. I'm not here to bash the families of elected officials. I don't do that. I don't care. I don't care if it's their wife, their child. I don't bash them. That's not. If they're not an elected official, we will not bash them. We don't go after them. I don't care what they think or what they say. They're not elected, so it doesn't matter to me. They have no power, so it doesn't matter. That's not what our channel does. We look at facts and then we draw conclusions from those facts. And not really feelings aren't a factor in that. But if you heard that, well, there's this mystery conspiracy theory out in the ether, I don't care. I don't follow that. I don't care about it. You know, there's always a conspiracy theory. There's always something. There's always some big bad in the world, and that's not what we look at. And we don't pick on people's religion. I'm not even upset with the religion of Iran or Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis. I'm upset with their terrorist actions. That's what bothers me. It's not the Islam. I don't care. That's their country. That's how they live. That's up to them. What I care about is that they support and spread terrorism in the world. That's the problem with Iran, Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. That's the issue, not their religion. I don't care about their religion. I don't care about any of that silly stuff. So that is the difference on this channel versus many other channels that some people look at and they go, well, you must be into that. No, I'm not. No, not at all. I don't deal with rumor mills or feelings or prejudices. I don't do that. So you don't hear that from this channel. You'll never hear that from this channel. That's not what we're about. Just to clarify that. So yeah, there's a conspiracy theory that, you know, so is going to do XYZ. I don't care. I don't care. But okay, it's time for us to be back anyway. So thank you everyone for sticking with us on the channel. And we're going to move forward. We were talking about Ro Khanna quite a bit. I would love to hear Representative Ro Khanna respond. I don't think he will. I think he's going to continue cash checks and just ignore it and count on the fact that anti-Semites within the academic leftist world will support him, and that's all he's caring about. And he thinks he might get a chance to run for president because of it. I think he has no shot. And as I explained very clearly, I believe that Ro Khanna does not deserve to be president or any elected official based on what he did and the reaction he had to what he did. And I think that's very clear. But we do know that there is a problem right now in the Middle East, and we were talking a little bit about it. And that's in reference to what's going on with Hamas. Now, we've been, no, not Hamas. Sorry, we were already talking about Hamas. I meant to go on. Here it is. I meant to talk about Israel. Excuse me. Not Israel. Iran. Duh. Billy got me off track. Oh, wait a minute. Here's an interesting comment. Hal just said, why don't I think that Khanna will respond? Because Khanna wants sympathy for being detained in Israel, a foreign country, where he was intimidating the public, where he was suspicious and looked like he was potentially doing something negative. He wants sympathy and he wants votes and he wants power. He wants money for that experience that he went specifically to Israel to create. He created this scenario. And because he is ultimately accountable and culpable for what happened, and for what happened, which was legal and was reasonable, he was just detained. They verified his identity. They let him go on his way. And because that happened, and he has a very high opinion of himself, as do most leftist progressives in politics, this is why he would not respond, because he'll think you just don't get it. The ultimate answer from the left, almost always in these kind of scenarios, is, well, you just don't understand. You just don't get it. No, I do get it. You're accountable. You're accountable for what you did. And what you did was very suspicious and suspect in a foreign country. And the fact that people didn't know who you are, why would anyone who Khanna is? Most Americans, overwhelmingly, most Americans don't know who Khanna is. I don't think most Californians know who Khanna is. So will he respond to the statement, you were accountable and culpable for being detained in a foreign country by your actions? And why did you waste taxpayer money for this trip to this foreign country? No, I don't think he'll respond to that, because that doesn't paint him in a very good light. That isn't something that would help him to gain, to run for the 2028 presidential election. That's not going to help him in his efforts to gain more power and to gain more donations. So no, he won't address it. He'll ignore it. He'll brush it off and say, well, you just don't understand. It's pretty clear. It's pretty transparent, but that's why he would not respond. I hope that answers your question, Hal. By the way, folks, if you notice, I do respond to my live chat. Whether it's a super chat or a Rumble rant, I always try to respond in general to the live chat. When you ask me a question, I will try and give you an answer to the best of my abilities. You may like it, you may not, but I will give you an answer. I always try to do that. So, as I mentioned, there is a problem going on.
U.S. military has struck again in Iran. It's the third round of airstrikes we've seen in recent days. Now,
I think this footage you're seeing right here, and this is coming from the Associated Press, this clip I have already used. I know this is a clip that is old. This is from the beginning of the conflict with Iran. And it's being shown to you again in reference to what's happening right now this weekend in Iran with the Strait of Hormuz with the IRGC. This is coming from the Associated Press. They're showing you this because it's very dramatic, and they're trying to set the tone for their mindset about this event. So, let's see.
Interim deal to end the Iran war looks more in danger than ever before. Iran had attacked a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, a container ship. It caught fire and the crew abandoned it. The U.S. immediately launched these airstrikes afterwards, targeting some 140 sites in Iran.
All of these, it looks like, and if I am correct, these are old clips of previous actions by the United States against the Iranian government, against their forces, in particular, the IRGC. I do not believe this is actually updated. This is old materials that they are recycling. So they want you to see the impact, but they don't want to actually show you what's going on the ground. And that, I think, is kind of important. But the essence of what we're seeing is we're fighting again to an extent, in a certain manner. Now, people who have been following this channel for some time are very aware of what I'm about to show you. And this is from Axios. This is from the far left. Axios is about as far left as you get and still be considered almost a credible news agency. They're not, but they're close to being a credible news agency. And they themselves say, U.S. and Iran trade strikes after IRGC declares the Strait of Hormuz closed. This is what we have been talking about for about 2 months now. I have made it very clear. There is a split within Iran. There is the IRGC, which are the ones that train the various terrorist cells around the world. They commit acts of terrorism themselves. That is the IRGC, which is part of the Iranian government. And then there is what is officially and internationally recognized as the Iranian government. That would be the Ayatollah, that would be the mullahs, and the entire government under them, the foreign minister, the prime minister, so forth. So there is a schism in Iran for about 2 months now, that the IRGC has been trying to gain more power and control of the government, turning the Ayatollah into just a figurehead, nothing different than the monarch of England. He's a figurehead. In this case, with Iran, it would be the religious figurehead, but the real power and the day-to-day operations and all of the government operations, well, that's handled by the IRGC. That's what they want it to be. And that's why we keep seeing the frustration to the United States and to President Trump, where the negotiators will come up with breakthrough after breakthrough that President Trump will announce to the world and to the United States. And then the IRGC, using news agencies that they control, will come out and say, no, that's not correct, or no, Donald Trump misunderstands, or that's not the deal. And then within 24 hours, you'll hear from the recognized Iranian government. I'll call it the Ayatollah for now. The Ayatollah comes out and says, no, Donald Trump was correct. See, that's why this ceasefire deal was always so bad, and why I thought it would fail, and why I want it to fail. Because the deal isn't actually with what's happening on the ground. The IRGC has to be involved, and they're a entirely separate group. We are very close to seeing a civil war within Iran itself between the religious control and the military terrorist control of Iran. I actually don't want either of them to be in control. I would like to see them both fail and be toppled by the Iranian people and install almost anything else in its place. And I think that would be better for the world. I never liked the 14-point deal. I thought it was a terrible deal. And that's because of the political pressure that was put on the Trump administration by the GOP, because they were afraid of what would happen in the 2026 midterms, which I don't think was appropriate. There was enough positive momentum, and there is positive momentum behind Donald Trump and behind his actions, muddled as the media tries to make it. There was enough momentum there that Republicans would win the midterm elections. It's only now, with the death of Lindsey Graham, with the death of, or rather, with Mitch McConnell on the verge of being removed from the government, that we see that difference where it gets a little bit shakier. But again, even if you lose those 2 seats, Republicans would maintain a 51-seat control of the Senate, especially now that Graham Plattner is gone and Susan Collins is all but guaranteed to win in Maine. You would see Republicans win 51 seats, and that would be control of the Senate. And even if we were to lose the House, which is somewhat traditional, but yet I think incorrect, you would see that, Republicans would still maintain most of the control, and we would still be able to move forward with the Trump agenda that was promised in 2024 that he has been in fact doing in 25 and 26. Everything that we're seeing is an outreach of those promises and what is actually necessary for America going forward 5-10 years into the future. It's not necessarily what's the best thing politically in the near term. It's not meant to help people get reelected in 2026. It's not about that. It's about making America self-sufficient, self-reliant, and more capable, and making the world more peaceful in 5 to 10 years. That's what Donald Trump has been focusing on. That's what his policies do. They all take 5 to 10 years to implement, like the tariffs, which no one speaks about anymore because the tariffs aren't a problem. As much as we were told that we would have ultimate depression and the economy would collapse and the world would turn against America, none of that actually happened. Do you remember last year when every single leftist news organization was telling you that the economy was absolutely trash and everything would fail and you would see inflation skyrocket just like it did under the Biden administration, that we'd have over 22% inflation, that it would mean that America would go into a Great Depression? And yet, here we are a year later, none of that has happened. Nothing even close to that is happening. We still haven't gotten to double digit. We're still at 4.2% inflation, even with a conflict that's ongoing in the Middle East, with 20% of the world's oil being bottlenecked into through the Strait of Hormuz, even with the tariffs that did increase some prices. Even with all of that happening for a year, we are seeing that America is only at 4.2% inflation, and the ideal is 2.5. So we're only about a 1.5 roughly of higher inflation, just slightly more than normal inflation under Donald Trump, even with everything that's going on, as compared to under Joe Biden. We saw an average of 17.5% inflation with a peak at 22%. So it's night and day, the difference that we're talking about. But that takes me away from my original point, which is talking about the IRGC. And I think there is a schism, and we are seeing real time a fight for control over Iran. Now, this is very important because not only does it control oil, and that's very important to China, and you will see China start to influence this very strongly. The Chinese government needs the oil. They're the main buyer of Iranian oil, especially under embargo. So they really want this. They need it for their efforts in Southeast Asia, for their Navy, which we've talked about several times over the years, many times on this program. So China will start to have some influence in this, and they are using Pakistan as their tool. Much of the oil that goes to China actually travels through Pakistan to get to China. And so what you're going to see is Pakistan will step up, and you're going to hear China reinforcing Pakistan in its efforts to calm down the IRGC, either to just tell them to wait for a different time, or to actually try and get them to stand down and to support the mainline government of Iran, the Ayatollah, to support him more so that he will be able to have more control over the troops and their actions, because this isn't helping. IRGC decided to strike a ship in the Strait of Hormuz that was traveling through. It was a ship from Cyprus, and which is Greek, basically Greek. And they struck that ship. They didn't sink it, but they did strike it. And the response from the United States has been over 140 strikes against the IRGC, taking out various mobile missile launching sites, and some of their missile depots, some of their drone facilities and their drone launching facilities. All of that is mobile, but we were able to hit much of it. Now, out of 140 strikes, we don't have exact numbers on how many times we hit the target we intended. We don't know how much damage was done to each of those targets, but it's more than nothing, that's for sure. and it is debilitating Iran's capability to be a threat. The response by the IRGC was to then attack Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Syria, to attack the United States and the civilian population in those foreign nations. This is going to be a death knell for Iran. Even without the United States, we are seeing that other nations are starting to propel support towards groups like the Kurds who were in Syria and northeastern Iran, something that Iran has been fighting against for a long, long, long time. The Kurds have been making inroads into northeastern Iran, and we're going to see more of that because they can't fight on all sides all the time. They're picking on all of their neighbors because they're not being Muslim enough, I guess is the word that we would say. They're not supporting Iran enough against the great devil, which is America, and the little devil, which would be Israel, and of course Europe, which are devils all the same as well. And since no one's helping Iran against those devils, they're all bad guys, and they're willing to take out the civilians because Iran, the IRGC, are terrorists. And that is the problem. That's the thing we have to deal with going forward. And I think that as unpopular as it may be for Donald Trump to go back in and to restart this conflict and actually to finish this conflict, I think the correct answer is we should have finished this in the first place. We should never have had the ceasefire. We should never have had the agreement, the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, the 14-point ceasefire deal. We should never have done that. I know this is something that was very popular with J.D. Vance, and I know that the left loved it, libertarians loved it, but it's a wrong thing to do. Again, the IRGC doesn't want to be your friend. They don't want to be your trading partner. They don't care about the money. It's about the ideology. And that's all that motivates them. And we should respond in kind. That if that is their motivation, and it's not money, it's not trading, it's not freedom, it's literally ideology. And if you don't agree with it, they want to kill you, then we need to remove that threat. And therefore, I think Donald Trump is absolutely correct in saying that we need to go into back out there and to bomb the living hell out of the IRGC and its resources in Iran to disable this threat. People may not see it today, but this is making the world more peaceful. Every single one of the missile sites that we take out, every one of the drones that we take out and the drone operators, that is less assets that are available for terrorists around the world. That's less bombs, missiles, and drones that are capable of going to Russia to be used against the Ukraine. That's less bombs, missiles, and drones that are capable of being used by Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas. Therefore, they are literally crippling their terrorist puppet pipeline by engaging with the United States over the Strait of Hormuz as they have been doing. They will not win militarily. They cannot win militarily. The United States is far too strong. We outclass them. We outnumber them. They cannot beat us. The left would like you to think that this is a lost cause. That's only true if you're looking at it from politics on the short term, on the ultra short term. If you're looking at this at an intermediate or long term, 3 years or longer, then the answer is this is creating, literally the actions by Donald Trump and the United States is creating more peace in the world long term. We are disabling and dismantling a lot of the key assets of terrorism, global terrorism. So this is somewhat of a positive. You're just not hearing it described as such. And again, for anyone who thinks, Mike, but you don't understand the economics, Mike, you got to look at it. Okay, we're looking at right now, this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you can go in there and see the latest report, which shows that, yes, there was a spike of 0.5% of inflation in May of 2026. This is the most recent report from the government itself, not someone else interpreting the government itself. And what you would see is inflation in almost everything is pretty much moderate to very, very tame. These are normal inflation numbers, 2% here, 3% there, down 2%, down 1.9%, up 3.5%. That's all number. All of the real problem is right here. What you're seeing right here is energy. Energy is the key to inflation as we speak. And that is the key thing that is affecting the U.S. economy at this moment. When we saw the 14-point deal, I told you, and I made the prediction that we would see the price of oil drop to about $70-ish, $73 per barrel, which did happen. And I told you that there would be spikes during this entire process where you would see it go higher, roughly about $77, $80 a barrel, which has happened because I expected the IRGC is untrustworthy because terrorists always lie. Never believe a terrorist. They always lie to you because they're terrorists. And that's what we're seeing. So once this is resolved and we see this, if this were to go back down to levels that we would see in January or June of roughly 3, 5, even 10%, you would see a massive drop in inflation down to about 3.5% roughly, and you would see lower prices across the board. Mind you, we are getting lower prices across the board. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Right now, I'm going to do a live update. This is for the Brent crude. It's at $75. If you're looking out and look at over the last month, the price of oil, even with the ongoing action in Iran right now, 140 strikes by the United States against the IRGC, you see it's actually down from where we were a month ago. If we look at 6 months ago, we are massively down. Yes, it isn't exactly where we were a year ago, but look at this massive decrease. The markets understand what is happening. The traders, the people who trade this and look at the future projections, they understand that inflation is trending down, that Donald Trump is being effective, that there is more stability that is coming in the future than right now. If you're looking at it on a day-to-day basis, it feels and it looks bad. It looks like this is a problem. It isn't a forever war, as the Democrats will love to tell you, because they want to win an election. That isn't what's happening here. That's not the reality of the consequences. And you can see that in the markets. If they thought this was a forever war, if they thought that this was something that would escalate even higher than what it is right now, you would see oil prices back in the $120 range. When they thought at that time that it was going to continue to escalate without pause and that it was going to be an imminent U.S. actually invading with ground troops into Iran and actually having a ground war that could last 10 to 20 years. That's not the situation. And the first people who would react to that are the day traders, the brokers, the people who are looking at the scenario, looking at the future and seeing what's going on. They're seeing more oil getting out. They see that the Strait of Hormuz will be freed up. They see less terrorism in the world. They see less inflation in the world because all the inflation is tied to the Strait of Hormuz. The moment that opens up, there is no inflation relatively in the United States. The problem resolves itself and there's more peace on top of it. I'm telling you that going forward, you're going to see a much better scenario than what we're seeing right now. It feels bad. I believe that this will be resolved. As I said back in April, I believe that this will all be resolved by August. Before we have the Labor Day weekend, September 1st, you will see that this will resolve itself. We will end this dispute. The IRGC will either take over, will either actively start a civil war against them, which I truly don't think is going to happen, but you would see the IRGC rise up and take over the Iranian government from the Ayatollah, which is a religious war. I don't see that happening. I don't think that's realistic. Or that they will, if not back down, they will be brought low. The Iranian government will smack down the IRGC, and they will make changes in that group to gain more control over them so that they can get the 14-point deal, which is a massive boon for Iran, and they desperately need that. So they want this deal. They want the money. They want to be able to trade again. They want to be able to sell oil on the open markets. China wants them to be able to do this. It is good for China, and China will support the Iranian government, the Ayatollah, to be able to have the 14-point deal go through because it's good for China and its aspirations for the Southeast Asia, which is, again, a 3 to 5 year plan. So everything seems to be lining up that this short-term skirmish are the last gasps of for air and for help and survival from the IRGC. They know they are beaten. They know they are defeated. They know that they cannot win, and they would rather die gloriously and hope for 72 virgins in the next life. That's what they're going for because they're terrorists. They believe in suicide bombs. They believe in blowing themselves up, killing women and children. They want to go out violently, fighting for what they believe in because they think they will be rewarded in the afterlife for their actions. They won't. I think they're wrong. I don't think Muhammad would actually do that, but this is what they believe, and this is why they're acting right now. This is basically very similar to suicide by cop. What the IRGC is doing right now is very similar. It's blown up to a geopolitical scale, but it is basically suicide by cop. They are trying to instigate the United States to kill them so that they can have a glorious, honorable death in their eyes so that they could go into the afterlife and get 72 virgins. This is what they are doing. They don't care about the consequence. They don't expect to live to see the consequence. So it doesn't matter to them. But what they do know is if Iran accepts this 14-point deal, then there is a leash put onto Iran by the United States. As much as it's a boon to Iran, and they're getting way too much out of that 14-point deal, at the same time, they are getting a bit of a collar put on them. Once they again get the opportunity to have an economy where they can actually sell oil, that the people will not be experiencing 200% and spikes to 1,000% of inflation, then the threat of putting the sanctions back on them is even more harsh. It's one thing to live, and Iran doesn't. The Iranian people aren't impoverished. But it's one thing to be in poverty and then have a glimpse, have a moment, a day where you can live lavishly, and then you have to go back to poverty. That is torturous. And that is what I think part of the reason by J.D. Vance behind the 14-point MOU is to give them a taste of what freedom is, what it is to have more economic freedom and to have more opportunity available to them. And if they get that taste of that freedom, of that opportunity that they haven't had for decades, then the threat of removing it from them would be even more devastating, and that may give some degree of control. That, coupled with the fact that we've blown up their Navy, we've blown up their Air Force, we've removed most of their drones, most of their missiles, and most of their capabilities for this, not all, but most of it, I think that's the goal behind it. I think J.D. Vance was somewhat wrong in his thinking, and I think he gave away too much to make this point, but I understand the reasoning for it. I just think it's wrong. Hey, Gracie's with us, and she says, Iran pre-Jimmy Carter was a beautiful country. It was. It was one of the leading jewels of the Middle East, one of the highest per capita incomes. It had all of the modernizations. The people were leaders throughout the Middle East. Absolutely. Again, not a great government per se, but then again, name a Middle Eastern country that has a great government. There isn't one. There never has been. But they were far, far better. They were basically a second world nation, as opposed to where Iran is right now, which is a third world nation with a really powerful army and a big terrorist army at that. That's where Iran is right now. Many people may not like hearing that. That is the truth. But they're getting an opportunity to be a second world nation again. And I think that's the honey trap. That's the trap that's been laid by J.D. Vance. But with that carrot comes the stick, which is Donald Trump saying, but when you break the rules, you lose everything. When you break the rules, we start over. And we start viciously and harshly. I think that's the thing that's going on. Gracie goes on to say, Tehran before the revolution was a very sophisticated city, almost Parisian. Yeah, like I said, they were definitely on the cusp of being a first world nation, but they were definitely a second world nation, and a very powerful one at that. But that's back in 1975, 1977. Nothing like that exists at this time. So we could see a lot of changes. But I wanted to cover that. So I know a lot of people are worried about the economy. They're being told that the economy is falling apart, that this is the worst it's ever been. Those are all lies. And if you just look at the data, you can see everything else is under control. The tariffs have not destroyed America. In fact, it seems to be working just as planned on looking out 5-10 years. Everything, America is becoming more self-reliant and self-accountable. It is working for the United States, and it has been. And if it were not for the Strait of Hormuz being closed off, we wouldn't even care. The average American would not care about this conflict at all. It's only because of the strait being closed off that Americans started paying attention, because the price of gasoline started going up. By the way, the price of gasoline has come down. And if you're wondering, well, Mike, how do you know that's accurate and that's what's happening right now? The price of gasoline is going back down again. The conflict is up. We've had 140 strikes this weekend alone and counting. Who knows how many more were done on Sunday. But so far this weekend, 140 known strikes have happened. We have seen that Donald Trump has said very clearly that the ceasefire is over unless, and it is implied, unless Iran's recognized government can get control of the IRGC. And so that's happening. The tensions have risen, and yet the price of gasoline went down. Now, I know if you're in California, you're saying, but it's about like $5.40, almost $6. Well, that's because of California taxes. That's Gavin Newsom. That's the Democratic Party. Same thing in New York State. Why is it close to $5 in many places, or over $5 in many places throughout New York State? That's because of the Democrats that control New York State. You can see the same thing in Illinois. Why? Because of Democrats that control the state and have controlled it for over 50, 60, 70 years. It's the Democratic policies and their tax and spend mentality that is causing that. That's why the rest of the country is nowhere near the prices that you see in Democratic strongholds in the bluer than blue states. They have the problem. Everyone else, really not that bad. And if it weren't for the Strait of Hormuz being closed off, this would never have occurred, and people would be hailing Donald Trump's actions because they're not feeling it. The biggest fear is inflation will become uncontrolled and will skyrocket. That is the fear, and that fear comes from the left-leaning news media who want you to be afraid so that you will vote for Democrats so that Democrats can get control. not because Donald Trump is out of control or he's done something out of his mind. He hasn't. He's been dealing with two different groups in trying to make one peace deal. And one of those groups is suicidal, and that's the IRGC. They're suicidal terrorists. It's very difficult to make a deal with those kinds of people. In fact, I think you can't. What you do is what they're getting right now. They're getting suicide by cop. In this case, suicide by the United States. The military stepping in and giving them the afterlife that they so dearly and desperately want. That's what I think that's happening right now. Not everyone will agree with me. I mean, if you guys think I'm wrong, if you think I've misunderstood, I'm happy to hear it. Tell me, Mike, you got it wrong. Let me see here. What happened to your other comments, Gracie? They disappeared. Oh, no, they didn't. Sorry. Gracie says, my dad was stationed in Lebanon in the early 1960s. He said it was a beautiful country during that time. He's right. And that's before Iran terrorism. Because from day one, Iran is about terrorism. And when you take out the terroristic threat, well, yeah, most of the Middle East is more peaceful, not completely peaceful, but more peaceful, and it's more beautiful. And the people are good people in general. It's the terrorist governments that is the problem. That's what we're dealing with. At least get Iran to where Egypt is. We can't. We can't until this schism between the Iranian government, the Ayatollah, and the IRGC gets resolved. That's not on the United States to do that. That's not our responsibility. We have been trying to do everything with the Ayatollah that we can. In fact, we've given them far, far too much. But it is for the Ayatollah to deal with the IRGC. And if he doesn't, well, what we're seeing is the Kurds are coming in from the northeast. The United States is tearing apart the coastline and destroying the IRGC. The strongest elements of the Iranian military are being devastated. They're going to lose support of China because we're going to see another blockade of oil going to China, and the sanctions are going to be put back on, ending the free flow of oil to China. So China is going to be pissed off. That means Pakistan is pissed off. All of the neighbors of Iran are pissed at them because they've been dropped. The IRGC has been dropping bombs on their civilians. Iran's in a terrible place. As much as the media wants to say it's Donald Trump that's in trouble, he's not. The United States isn't in trouble. It's Iran. They have created, because of that schism, they have a serious, long-lasting, next 10 years, they're going to be dealing with the consequences. Not because of the United States, because of the IRGC, because of their support of terrorism. That's the problem. I got a question from Gracie about Gavin Newsom. Isn't the FBI investigating Gavin Newsom? Yes, they are. As much as Gavin Newsom wants to protest and say that he's innocent as the day is long, not so much. We still know that, $2.5 billion that was supposed to go to rebuild the Palisades, that money disappeared. And Gavin's wife was highly involved with that. Gavin Newsom was involved with that. Where'd the money go? Everyone's asking the same question. Where's the money? Gavin Newsom allowed and promoted the hospice care fraud. Billions upon billions of dollars of taxpayer money that was just allowed to be stolen by criminal organizations because Gavin Newsom didn't want to look at it, because it made him look weak and it made him look bad as he's trying to run for the 2028 presidential election, as he's trying to say that he's a great leader and should be in charge. He's like Tim Walz, very much like Tim Walz. And that's a problem. So, yes, he is being investigated, and he should be. Thank you for the question. I do love questions from my audience. I really do. Okay. I want to move on. I know we were talking about this on and off, So let me just make sure. Again, Collins is confident as Maine Democrats move to replace Plattner. As I've mentioned earlier in the show, the problem for Democrats is they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. They got rid of Plattner, which was good because his image was tanking Democrats across the entire nation. He was painting the Democratic Party like the communist that Plattner was, someone that, as much as they want to say, well, MAGA is a bunch of Nazis, well, you actually have or had in the Democratic Party someone running for governor that's wearing Nazi memorabilia, that is accused of Me Too allegations, multiple Me Too allegations, several of them being credible. I won't say they all were credible, but several are credible. And now, if you're still supporting that, well, that kind of defeats the whole thing about Me Too. It says that if they were supporting, and the fact that they were supporting Plattner up until it became overwhelming, the evidence and the accusations against him, they didn't care about Me Too until it was politically a problem. They didn't care about Nazi support or like or interest until it became a problem. They didn't care about communism until it became a problem for them winning other elections. That's a very poor picture that's been painted of Democrats. And that's part of the reason why they aren't winning the House right now. Why they're expected. I know a lot of the left-leaning pundits are saying, well, Democrats will win by +3, +5. I don't believe that. I think they lose by 3. I think Republicans maintain control of the House, 221 seats +3. I think that's what's going to wind up, because when we look at Jasmine Crockett, when we look at Plattner, when we look at Davilia Darliza Chevalier, the communist in New York 13th district, when we look at the growth of socialism within the party and the complete failure within the party, we're seeing that the Democratic Party is falling apart. They want to talk about how divided Republicans are. We're not. We're largely not. The type of bickering that you see right now is the normal bickering throughout the Republican Party at any time under any president over the last 30 years. What you're seeing in the Democrat Party is entirely different. That is a sea change. I have said on the Monday Opinion Roundtable, which is at 7 p.m. on Mondays, one of my co-hosts is a man named John Navarra. He's a Democrat, a Florida Democrat, running for an elected office. And I had to tell him the other day, I feel bad for you, John. Your party is being taken over underneath your feet. You're being not only suppressed, you're being overtaken. He's a Democrat in a party that's socialist. And it's not a good mix. It's bad for every Democrat. But that's my opinion of that. Other people may have a different take on that. So it's actually in the best interest of Democrats to see Plattner gone. It actually helps them in the 2026 midterms. Now, they're still going to lose in Maine because too much damage has been done. And Susan Collins has been untouched. She had nothing to do with all the scandals. It's just scandals of Democrats among other Democrats. Had nothing to do with the Republican Party. So you'll see Susan Collins win, but it's the other races around the nation that Democrats are worried about. It's the other races that they have to be concerned with, because that's where we're seeing the socialism, like in New York State. That's going to be a problem with 3 more socialists coming in. Speaking of New York State, I wanted to address something here. So earlier this week, on July 6th, Kathy Hochul was pissed off at Bruce Blakeman. Bruce Blakeman, for those who don't know, Kathy Hochul is the governor of New York. She replaced the disgraced former governor, Andrew Cuomo, when he resigned because of killing 16,000 citizens and 11 counts of sexual assault. So to make that all disappear and walk away with $25 million, he resigned. His lieutenant governor was Kathy Hochul, somebody that no one thought of, knew about, no one cared, because she was unimportant in Democratic politics. If she was important, she would have run for governor as herself. But because she had the power of incumbency in a blue state, vote blue no matter who, and all of a sudden you get Kathy Hochul as your governor. Not because she's a good leader, not because she has a good plan, but because she's a Democrat in a blue state, so she gets votes no matter what. That being said, Blakeman has been pointing out all of these issues, all these problems that I'm speaking about. Now, Bruce Blakeman, for his part, he's a Republican. He's in charge, chair of Nassau County. He's the county executive. There's the word. I was losing it for a second there. Blakeman is the county executive of Nassau County. He is a unknown Republican. Literally 60%. He has been running for governor for 8 months now, 9 months now. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows his upstate New York. 60% of the population of New York State have no idea who Bruce Blakeman is, including Republicans as well as Democrats, even by studies, even by polls that are bought and paid for by the GOP to try and make Blakeman look good. Even in those polls, we see that Bruce Blakeman is unknown to 60% of the state. Even in a highly rigged poll by the GOP, Bruce Blakeman still cannot win. But Bruce Blakeman goes with the headline. And the rigged poll that is really inconsequential, he goes with that. Now, Kathy Hochul says, no, she's not responsible for the higher cost in New York State. This is the same thing that you hear from Gavin Newsom. It's not his fault. It's Orange Man bad. It's MAGA. It's the Republicans. But this is stupid. I got to give Bruce Blakeman this. He's right. Just like my good friend Larry Sharpe is correct. Democrats control New York State. They've controlled New York State for 60 years. Republicans have never been in charge. Libertarians have never been in charge for 60 years. It's not our fault. The laws that you see, the taxes that are being paid, the fees that are being imposed on people, they all come from Democrats. Excuse me. All of them. Excuse me. All of the problems in New York State, much like all of the problems in California, come from Democrats. They come from the Democrat legislature, Democrat policies, Democrat economics, Democrat taxes. Republicans had nothing to do with that. Donald Trump didn't make Kathy Hochul increase the fees and taxes. That was something that she did on her own. That's something that Madami did on his own. It's got nothing to do with Donald Trump. I just showed you the inflation. Other than energy, nothing is high. Everything is normal levels of inflation, except for energy itself. And we know why that is. Under Joe Biden, we had 17%. All of the inflation factors were in double-digit increases. All of them. So it's not that it's a Republican that's a fault. In fact, the Republican is fixing the problem created by the Democrats. And in New York State, Bruce Blakeman, who is useless otherwise, he is a horrible campaigner. He is a horrible politician. I, as a Republican, cannot in good faith vote for Bruce Blakeman, and I will not vote for Bruce Blakeman because he's a terrible candidate. He has no policy. He's had 8 months to write up one policy. He has not, in 8 months, he hasn't been able to put in writing and not even one policy. 8 months. And you're telling me that Bruce Blakeman knows how to run New York? Of course not. Larry Sharpe has hours, literally 8 hours of policy that he can explain to you You will agree or disagree with his policies. Some of his policies I agree with, some of them I disagree with. But guess what? Larry Sharpe has actual policies. He has an actual plan. Kathy Hochul has Orange Man bad. I'm going to charge you another fee. That's her plan for New York State. She's Orange Man bad. It's all Orange Man bad's fault, and I'm going to raise up the fee. Well, that didn't explain the Biden years. Now, did it, Kathy? And you were in charge then. But that being said, these are problems created by Kathy Hochul. But Blakeman's out of his mind when he says that he has somehow fixed it. Again, I remind people, you should be looking at Larry Sharpe. Go to LarrySharpe.com, check it out. And he will point out, because there's no reason to vote for Bruce Blakeman. There is none. Well, he's a Republican who can't win, who has no policies, who is unknown to 60% of the population, who doesn't go out and campaign. Why should you vote for him? As a Republican, I cannot see a reason why you should vote for Bruce Blakeman other than you vote straight down the line R, which I think is mind-numbingly bad. You should have a reason besides, well, he's in the same political party. That's not a reason. And that doesn't win an election, especially not in New York State, where only 23% of the state is Republican. You need to have a reason for people to vote for you. And saying Kathy is bad isn't enough of a reason in a bluer than blue state where you're outnumbered 3-1. That's not a reason. That's just not a reason. Okay, let me move on. Let me move on to, here's something that no one paid attention to. And it was kind of important, and I thought it was interesting, and that is Greenland. Back on July 7th, no one was paying attention. No one paid attention. Donald Trump was trying to take Greenland again. He just had the meeting with NATO, was speaking with the European leaders, and insisted that the United States, one way or the other, were going to take Greenland. That is a good thing. Again, people will hear that and say, well, I was told by CNN and MSNBC and ABC and New York Times that it's a bad thing. Well, look at who's telling you that. Of course they say it's a bad thing. And they're telling you it's a bad thing because Donald Trump is doing it, not because he's wrong. I want to make that very clear. And most people forget this all the time. When you hear the left attack the policies of the Trump administration, it's because Donald Trump is the reason. It's about Donald Trump. It's not about the policy. They say how Donald Trump is a bad person, not that the policy doesn't work or that it's addressing an issue that needs a solution. They don't address that because they don't have an answer for it. Democrats don't have an answer for the need of our technology. We need rare earth metals. That is a fact. That is an absolute unquestioned fact. For the United States to be a superpower, to be a first world nation, we must have access that isn't tied to China to rare earth metals. China controls 70, depending on whose analysis you look at, somewhere between 70 to 80% of all rare earth metals are controlled by China. That is a problem for the United States because at any moment in time, China could say, and we're not going to sell you any. And they've tried that already. They already tried that trick last year. It didn't work. But in the future, they could try it again with a weaker president. Someone like a Joe Biden or a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom. They could try that and say, you know what? If you don't comply, we won't give you the rare earth metals, which means the U.S., in terms of all of our technology, will fail. The comfort, the quality of life that we have would fail. Our ability to defend our nation would fail. That's what we need these rare earth metals for. That's a lot of stuff you need it for. So we have to have a reliable source. Donald Trump has said from the very beginning, almost day one, we have to have access to rare earth metals. The deal with supporting the Ukraine is based on rare earth metals. The deal for Greenland is about rare earth metals. And the longer that Denmark and Europe delay that because they don't like Donald Trump, the worse it is, and the more that we have to be aggressive to get that. Now, I do believe that is all true, but I do believe that Donald Trump actually brought it up now as a bit of a distraction from Iran, to be fair. Now, it is important that we have Greenland, a deal with Greenland, that we have access to the rare earth metals there. It is absolutely imperative. We must have that if we're to have a nation within 20 years. It is that vital to the United States, literally. For the United States to make it through the next 20 years, we must have access to those rare earth metals. Must. So we have to make a deal. Whether that means buying Greenland or getting a lease, it doesn't really matter. But it has to be unfettered and have no connection to China. Otherwise, we can't be self-reliant, we can't be self-accountable, and we can't maintain the safety of the rest of the world. That's a problem. Europe isn't seeing that. They see Donald Trump. Very much like Democrats in the United States, they just see Donald Trump. And they don't like Donald Trump. They don't like America first. They don't like making America great. They don't want a great America. They want a transformation like under Obama. They want to see weakness and failure like under Biden. They want to see word salad and confusion like like Kamala Harris. That's what they want. They want to knock the United States down a couple of pegs because of ego, national ego. But they don't realize the long-term impact of that because the left never considers the long-term impact. They only deal with the feeling that they have right now. And if the feeling right now is this is good because I don't like you, they don't care. And the consequences are almost always something that a Republican in the future has to then deal with and fix if possible. And that has been consistent. The left has a vibe, and that's all great. And then the right comes in and says, and the fact is, I have to fix this. And that's what we do. And that's the trend we have seen. So Europe doesn't care if America is knocked down a peg or two, which then hurts Europe. They just don't like Donald Trump. So they don't care about what the cost is to that. I do. But again, I think that what we're seeing with Greenland, with Donald Trump, that was a smokescreen. It isn't the most pressing deal right now. No problem. I know, Bronner, you're just like several people. They listen to the program in the background, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Excuse me, I got a coughing fit. Don't know where that coughing fit came from, but no problem, Bronner. I know people are still here with me. That's okay. We're almost finishing the show, though. We're getting close. All right. But we got problems, folks. And, you know, the Democrats always like to say, no, everything's perfect and everything's fine. Mandami will tell you, everything's perfect, everything's fine. There's a guy in Queens. He's trying to firebomb churches and synagogues. There's a problem. And I think this problem has been accelerated by Zoran Mandami. We didn't have, in New York City, we didn't have people running around the city trying to firebomb religious churches and synagogues. We didn't, excuse me, we didn't have that. That's not normal for New York State. That's something that's happening because of Zoran Mandami. Because Zoran Mandami is an anti-Semite, in my opinion. And Zoran Mandami hates anyone that isn't just like him. I mean, look at the Puerto Rican Day Parade. refused to participate in the America 250. In fact, he made it hard for regular American citizens to actually participate. There's still no report, no one, you cannot find anyone with any credible or even any estimate of how many Americans went to see the ball drop at Times Square on July 4th. In fact, that story has been scrubbed because we know it was in the thousands, possibly tens of thousands, violating and ignoring Zoran Mandami's wishes. But the news media won't talk about it because they want you to believe that what Democrats believe, that 29% of Democrats are proud of America. 70% of Democrats aren't proud of America because they don't like Donald Trump. And they want you to believe everyone is like that. It's not the truth. That's nowhere close to the truth. Foreign nations love America and Donald Trump, in particular Japan, one of our allies. And many of the people in God help me. There must be something in the air right now. Driving me nuts. But, even in many of the people in the United Kingdom love America and Donald Trump. It's the government of the European Union. It's the government of the United Kingdom that doesn't like Donald Trump, MAGA, or America First because it separates us from them. It makes the divide, which is already a chasm, even bigger. It separates us because America can be the leader of the world, self-reliant, self-accountable, free, and rich all at the same time. They can't. And so they want anything that diminishes that. But Zoran Mandami, he's kind of special. And the more we're seeing of him, yes, he's a communist, and that's a problem. Yes, he's destroying the economy of New York long term. He's driven out, 3 or 4 billionaires already and all of their business. New York City has lost billions in tax revenue. Tens of billions in tax revenue is gone. And I know the left will say, well, who cares? Let him go. Who's going to pay for everything? All of the free stuff that Mandami wants to do, all of the repairs that are required for this state, for the city, everything that's required for the city to operate, who's paying for that? The poor people who can't afford things as they are? And I know everyone was like, oh my God, Zoran Mandami froze the rent. You couldn't afford it. You still can't afford it. He didn't lower the rent. He kept it the same. And mind you, there's going to be a hell of an increase in 2 years' time, but Zoran Mandami won't care at that point because he'll try and get reelected. But what we're looking at is that right now, what did he do? He froze the rents. Oh, he's such a great guy. He's a godsend to humanity. But you still can't afford the rent. He's opening up a grocery store that's costing 5 to 6 times as much money as a regular private business opening up those same, even one of those grocery stores is 5 to 6 times cheaper on a private business than what Zoran Mandami is going to pay because he doesn't care. It's your money. You're paying for it. He's wasting your money. He could open up for the price of just the shopping center in the Bronx. You could open up at least 8 supermarkets. 8 supermarkets. He's going to give you 1. And don't think that's going to be all that beautiful and perfect and top of the line. And you're going to save about 1%. That's it. For every $100 you spend, you'll save about $1. That's it. That's ridiculous. Zoran Mandami's a bad guy. And then add on top of that his push for his religious preference, which is being felt throughout the city. And that's why that push is being felt across the city. And in Queens, we have people, a 30-year-old man, a 36-year-old man, is trying to burn down religious facilities. That's not normal. We had 2 teens come from Pennsylvania to try and with homemade grenades, with homemade bombs, trying to blow up residents of New York City. That's not normal. We have, and you're being told, oh, but crime is down. No, it's not. There's less police officers to report the crimes. There are 5,000 less police officers than what we require. If every police officer only makes 1 arrest, that's 5,000 arrests that don't happen. It's not that the crime didn't happen. There isn't anyone there to prevent the crime or to punish someone for the crime. So that's 5,000 more crimes that are happening, but they don't get reported. It's not that you're safer. It's just that you have the wool pulled over your eyes. You're just not looking at the problem as it's happening. And we see it happening. We are seeing this more and more, that people are being attacked because of their religious beliefs or because of their economic success. It just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, but Mike, it's the CEOs have too much money. Bullshit. That's a lie. Anyone tells you that is a liar. They don't understand. Oh, yeah. So as an example, there's the one guy. He owns the $230 million penthouse. How many jobs go with that penthouse? How many people are paid to stock it with food, keep it clean, replace anything that's broken, make sure the plumbing works, make sure the electricity works, replace the furniture at a whim? How many people are being paid very well to maintain that apartment? And that was tied to and part and parcel of a $6 billion building renovation, which is also tied to 11,000 jobs, which no longer exist. So yeah, we really sock it to that. By the way, Mandami was counting on the money from the billionaires and the multimillionaires to pay for $500 million of taxes because his budget doesn't balance. He didn't fix the problem. And I hate when people tell me this. Oh, but Mike, he found $12 billion. No, he didn't. He got a $4 billion loan from the state. And then he made up things like, oh, well, I'm going to get $500 million from the super rich, from the billionaires for their apartments. They're leaving. So you're not getting that money. So your 500 million doesn't exist. You said, you put it on the paper and said, well, we got 500 million from building taxes, but they left. No one's paying that tax. You didn't make that money. It didn't happen. It's a lie. It's a lie. Zoran Mandami is a lie. And his lies are causing people to get up and commit crime because they know they're safe. Because there's 5,000 less police officers. And he has people like Darrell Chevalier, the New York 13th Democrat, who want to defund all police and all the prisons. They want the criminals out and around you. They want every criminal to be released from a prison so that they can attack you in your community every day, all day. No police officers to protect you. You can't have a gun. You are just defenseless. That's what they want. That's their perfect world. That's what they're trying to make happen. Think about that. Don't believe me? Look up what they have said. They've said they don't believe in prisons. They don't believe in police. They want to defund both of them. And that means that every criminal, every sexual assault, every rapist out there, everyone who goes after children, every mugger, every drug addict will be out on the streets and they're able to attack you. They don't believe in you having the Second Amendment. They don't want you to be able to have a firearm to protect yourself. In fact, they are raising up the cost of owning a firearm in some places to $1,500 before you can get the gun. They're making it impossible. They're pricing you out of getting a license so that you never bother to try, and so that you don't get a legal license. So you walk around with an illegal gun in your pocket and you shoot yourself in the leg, like 3 weeks ago, a woman did in the Bronx, 1 block away from where I am right now, that I covered live. She didn't have a license because she couldn't afford the license, which means she couldn't get trained on how to properly use the firearm that she had. She couldn't wear a holster because that would identify that she had an illegal gun. So she put it in her pocket and she shot herself in the leg and she bled to death and died within 24 hours. That is a direct consequence of the Democrats and their short-sighted point of view. She didn't have to die. She could legally own a firearm, could have been legally trained, and she'd be alive today. But because of the Democrat policies, she's dead. And it's only getting worse. By the way, when I say it's getting worse, Nick Shirley, it appears, now, this isn't a government study, but it appears that Nick Shirley, who is best known for going into Minnesota and finding the Somali daycare fraud of some $19 billion that has been happening for the last 7 years, and was wool being pulled over your eyes by Tim Walz, a guy who thought he could be the vice president under Kamala Harris, a man who is corrupt to his soul. Tim Walz, a man who decided to give a pardon to a pedophile, an illegal immigrant pedophile, and he did that just to spite the Trump administration. By the way, the Trump administration, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, did deport that child rapist because he's an illegal alien. So Tim Walz tried to pardon him from the state charges, but the federal charges still remained, and he got deported because he should be. So Tim Walz was trying to protect him, and you know what? Marco Rubio said, no, he's got to go. Because, yeah, that kind of person doesn't need to be in America. I think we all can agree with that. Doesn't the left? The left should be agreeing with that, right? You believe in Me Too. You believe in protecting children, right? That means deport the illegal immigrant that attacks children, right? Or do you want to keep those people? Anyway, Tim Walz. So Nick Shirley is known for the Somali daycare fraud of $19 billion. He then went and did an investigation and found 800 patients in LA in California, and their hospice care fraud, which is estimated to be somewhere around $20 billion, that's been happening under Gavin Newsom for a decade, and Democrats are hiding this. It's not that he's wrong. It's not that Nick Shirley has been wrong. He hasn't. Everywhere he has gone, everywhere he has pointed out this fraud, he has been right. They don't like him, and they don't like having to point out and show or let the public know that they are being bilked for billions of dollars, that these very same Democrats that say they have the perfect fix and they're going to fix everything, and there's no problem, and Nick Shirley is actually showing the truth, and they hate Nick Shirley for that. Well, Nick Shirley just went to New York. He went into an adult daycare center and found out that there are they claim, the center says there's 7,000 people. According to the paperwork, there's 7,000 people. They're being paid to take care of over 7,000, almost 8,000 adults. That's what they're being paid for with your tax money coming from Mondami and from Kathy Hochul. And they were more than happy to pay these guys for nearly 8,000 adults being taken care of. And the reality is the facility doesn't have them. There isn't anywhere near 8,000 people. That's not true. It's a fraud. Hundreds, if not thousands of people are not being taken care of. That is fraud in the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. And Nick Shirley's found it already. He was right in Minnesota. He's right in California. I have no reason to believe, and I have said it is absolutely probable that it's in New York State. You can go back, look at these Sunday live streams, and you can go back to February. You'll see I've been saying since then, at the least, that, yeah, actually to January, I've been saying New York is just as bad as Minnesota, just as bad as California. The fraud is here too. It's that Democrats don't want to admit it, because then you might not vote Democrat, and they are more concerned about staying in power than they are about inflation. Them being in power is more important than being honest, being true, or ending corruption. They don't care about any of that. They just want the power. And Nick Shirley is showing in New York State, that's 3 bluer than blue states, and there is billions of dollars of corruption in each and every one. I tell you, it's amazing to me. It is amazing. And you're going to say, well, Nick Shirley, but he's not a nice guy. He's just not it doesn't matter. He's not wrong. He's been correct time after time after time. Time after time after time. All right. Let me, I got a couple more comments here. We got a comment from Bronner. Whoop. Why is that not updating? Should be updating. Okay, well, we'll go here. Okay, so we got a comment from Bronner who says, I always say there is a fundamental difference between the left saying defund the police and the anarchists saying defund the police. I don't know it. I'm sure you may believe there's a difference. I don't think most Americans know it. Bronner explains it. He says, the left wants a centralized top-down police force. No, they want no police force. If there must be a police force, they want control of it. That's true. They do want to have centralized control, but they want anarchy so that they can have military, not police, military in charge, so that they can control with absolute force whatever is left of the ashes. But okay, he goes on. The anarchist wants competing police forces accountable directly to the people they serve. Police can't compete. That's antithetical. See, if the law says, I'll use the law of jaywalking. So under your point of view, and I know for people who don't know, Bronner is an anarchist. He loves anarchy. I don't. Now, most people think of anarchy as just pure, absolute chaos. That's not politically exactly correct. There is some order to it. It's just very decentralized. So there's no one government. It's just people just getting along, apparently. And you assume and you hope and you pray that people will just like each other. And so they'll just be nice to each other, which is not historically accurate at all. And thus, there has never been an anarchist government of a nation ever in the history of mankind. It doesn't work. But it's a nice idea. But the idea doesn't work. And let me go through this for you. So, you have anarchists. What you're saying is that anarchists will compete. Okay, we have 2 police forces. Let's just say, whatever state, I jaywalk. Police force A said no one got hit by a car, it doesn't matter. Police force B is smaller. They want more money so they can hire more people, or they need to make the public think they're doing their job better, whatever the reason is. B says, okay, I'm going to enforce the law. Well, A says you can't enforce the law because of 1, either I let him go, or 2, no, I saw him first, so I'm going to arrest him. You can't arrest him. So now they're competing. They're fighting over who gets to arrest someone. And they're fighting for the money that goes to fund the police force. It doesn't work. you can't have competing people privately competing for enforcing the same laws. Well, I'm going to get 3 different tickets for jaywalking because 3 different police forces saw me jaywalk. I did one offense, I get charged 3 times for the same criminal action. Doesn't make sense. There's a bunch of loopholes or problems with this, I see. Again, so there's the competition problem, which is a problem, and being multiple charges for the same crime just because different police departments, different police organizations want to also enforce the law their way. It's a problem. It just doesn't work. Bronner says, the police can't compete? Of course they can. Look at any mall in America. They're not police. Mall security, private security, is not a police force, and they cannot enforce the law. Mall security or any security force, they cannot enforce the law. Police can, other than citizens arrest, which is complicated at the very best of times. So no, what the mall, or in this case, a mall security, or if you're thinking of private security, they're enforcing guidelines, but not laws. And the private rules of that location, not the state, not the government. And they can't, and there are massive restrictions on private security. They can't protect, they have no obligation to protect, nor do they. In fact, they are told not to protect the public. It's not their job. So no, it doesn't work. That argument saying, well, police work, they work side by side with security. Security isn't police. They're not the same thing. It's a comparison of oranges and pumpkins. It doesn't work. Bronner says, anarchy absolutely works. I've offered you to give you examples before. Anarchy doesn't work. It doesn't exist in the world. There is no government that is anarchist. There never has been a government that is anarchist. It doesn't exist. It's like libertarianism. It doesn't exist. It's an idea. It's an ideal state of being. It is an ideal political movement, but it doesn't exist. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm telling you, it's just an idea. It's an ideology. And much like communism, communism exists when it's global. Until you get global, you have socialism, which is the precursor to communism. So you can accurately say communism doesn't exist in the world. That's true, because the world would have to be communist for there to be communism. That is never going to happen. So you have socialism. Okay, fair enough. That's semantic, but it is a difference. I give you that, but it doesn't exist. Same thing with anarchy. It doesn't exist as a political rule, as a government. It just doesn't exist. Hal says, you're missing the point of the word compete. Perhaps I am. Maybe I am. But when I hear the word compete, I think of competition. I think of 2 groups going after the same resource. That's a competition. That's competing. Therefore, there's a problem. So, yeah, the word compete is obviously not the correct word if that's what you're trying to, if you're trying to describe something, it's not compete. Because if they're competing, then the individual gets screwed. As I gave 2 different examples of how that could happen. Gracie says, competing police forces sounds like the mob. Essentially, yes. That's one of the examples I gave. But yes, you're right, Gracie. It doesn't work. Bronner says, do you see mob security in malls? I never have. Yes, actually, I have. I've seen the mob do a lot of things. Yes, I have. You'd be surprised. Mall security sounds like the movie Mall Cop. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Bronner says, okay, so Bronner's point is not that mall security are police, okay, but the example of how competing police forces would work, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't work because mall security aren't police. So it's not an example. Again, it's an example of oranges and pumpkins. They're not the same. You cannot compare them. Oh, they're both orange. Okay, but that's about as close as you get. They're not the same. You can't make the comparison. There are no similarities between them. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Gracie's funny. Well, Yemen has anarchy. Yeah, look how well that's working out. I don't know that you would even say they have a government, but okay. Bronner says, I know there is no anarchist government. You can't have both anarchy and government. Okay. You have no anarchist society. Let me go even further. There's never been an anarchist society in the history of mankind. It doesn't exist. It is an ideal. And you may think it's a good ideal. I don't. You may think it is a valid ideal. I don't. And you may think it's a functional idea. I don't. But there is no example of that working in the history of mankind. And I think that says a lot. There have been examples of many types of government and many types of governance in the world, but and governance, a way of peoples living together. Anarchy isn't one of them. In fact, anarchy is the downfall of that governance. So no, it doesn't work. Ask Morsenet. I have a better thing. Point to me, show me what society had an anarchy governance and existed. Name one. I don't care what theoretics say. I don't care what any philosopher may say or any political theorist may say. What government? Name the society, because there isn't one. Gracie's funny. Well, they compete in Libya. Yeah, another great example of that anarchy working for you there. Houses, this is going over your head. Maybe, because I understand what the definition of compete is. And the definition is pretty explicit. And I understand political competition. I understand economic. I don't see it. So if it's going over my head, maybe it's because it's worded badly. Perhaps wording it a different way will make more sense to me. I'm a pretty intelligent guy. Not perfect, not brilliant. I like to think I'm brilliant, but not the greatest genius that ever existed. But if I'm not understanding it, and I understand quite a bit about geopolitics, about societies, about laws, I can do what I do for 20 years. I'm not dumb. So obviously there's a problem in the wording if it's conveying a different meaning based on the meaning of the words. If you have a new meaning for the word compete, well, you need to let me know what that new meaning is for me to evaluate it. But I think you need a different word. And I don't know what that word is because I don't think it works. Why do you keep Bronner says, why do you keep insisting I claim mall security are police? I didn't say there's police. I said they're not the same. I can't compare mall security and police. I can't mix and match them. I can't compare them. I can't contrast them. They do not make the example. You can't have competing police forces when one of the forces isn't police. It's security. They're different. They do not apply. They are in a different category with different criteria. You cannot have competing police forces if one of those forces is security. It does not work. It is not. Your example fails. The argument fails on its face. Maybe you need a different example, but that example is a failed example. It does not work on any level. It's not an example of competing police forces because they are not police forces. They are not law enforcement. They are not. They're not two examples of law enforcement. It doesn't work. Bruno says there have been tons of anarchist societies in history. Name one. Name one. Hal says you get compete, but in what they compete, you are missing. Then it's the wrong word. Then the word isn't compete. It's a different word with a different meaning. So find the other word, because the word you're using doesn't work. What is this? Al says, the example is perfect. It is a perfect example of how police would compete. It's just going over your head. The example is perfect. No, it isn't. It isn't. It is fundamentally flawed. It is not a perfect example. It is a flawed example, because by definition, by the function of the mall of security and police, they do different jobs. They have different requirements. They have different compulsions. They are there to do different things. It is not a perfect example because it is completely flawed. Mooresnet? What is Mooresnet? What is Mooresnet? Mooresnet? What is that? A condominium? Anarchist. Okay, so an anarchist. I'm going to show you this, folks. I want to make sure I get this right. So, the example of an anarchist society that is working is Mooresnet. So when you put it in, Mooresnet, neutral Mooresnet, is a German pronunciation, blah, 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 was a small Belgian Prussian condominium in Western Europe that existed for, let's call it 100 years. A condominium? Apartment complex? No. That's just, no. I'm sorry. I just reject that. That just doesn't make any sense. Gracie says, yeah, these anarchy arguments fall into college sophomore philosophy type debates that have little meaning in reality. True, because it's not functional. Okay, I just looked up, you know what? You want to say, okay, it's the wrong reference. I typed in the word. That's the reference that came up. That is the closest thing that I got. There's nothing else that's explaining. And when I see this, and even with the AI overview, it is a 3.5 square kilometer, 3.5 square kilometer European microstate that existed from 1816 to 1920 between Prussia and Belgium. That is laughable. That is laughable. I don't see links. Links are disabled, by the way. So links are disabled. It's a live stream. Links are disabled. I can't see them. You can send it to me afterwards in the comments, but I won't be able to see it. But so I'm trying. So the neutral Mooresnet is, it does not qualify as an example. If there's a different link, if there's a different resource, maybe, but if it's something that I'm not seeing, if I'm uninformed, not a problem. Send me the link in the comments after the live stream. I will be happy to look at it, and I will be happy to comment on it. But in my understanding, it is not anarchism is not a valid state of being for a society, for a nation, especially in the geopolitics of today. It's an ideal, and in an ideal world, it might work. I doubt it, but it assumes a human nature that doesn't exist. It assumes a geopolitics that doesn't exist. It assumes a societal ecosystem that doesn't exist. It's just not valid. You can believe it if you want to. You can support it if you want to. It's just not valid to me. A yard sale is not anarchy. It is ordered. And a picnic, a church picnic, is not anarchy. It is ordered. He goes into, been in a grocery store, of course. It's all anarchy. No, it's not. From top down, no, it's not. Until you get to cashier, no, it's not. If anything, it's freedom, but it's not anarchy. It is not chaotic. It is not disorganized. It is not without a structure and an infrastructure. It is very, very organized. You go into a grocery store, it is very detailed in its organization and its structure. And its structure is very rigid. This is why you don't have the vegetables next to the bleach in the cleaning aisle. There's a very massive structure, organization. It is minute. It is detailed down to the minute level. There's nothing anarchist about a grocery store. It is complete order. It is very organized from the moment you walk into a grocery store until the moment you walk out. You may feel like it's disorganized or anarchist or open and free and there is no organization, but that's the disguise of the level of the amount of organization is so high that it can escape most people. It is incredibly organized. It is incredibly micromanaged. It is incredibly cultured. It is absolutely not anarchist at all. Gracie makes a good point. Parts of Mexico are falling into anarchy. I mean, they are narco-terrorist states, but it's technically anarchy. Yeah, you can make that argument. You definitely can. Anarchy is, there's no rules, no organization, there's no central body. That doesn't exist in a grocery store. Gracie says, Walmart is very structured. From SNAP benefits to the police station nearby to the local taxes collected, everything in it is structured. Yeah. I don't think you can convince any person that Walmart is anarchist. It's just not. And if I go to my local supermarket, you're not going to see anarchy. It's just not anarchist. But there's that. And here's Joel. Grocery store layouts are psychologically organized to make you buy things you may not have bought. That's true, which is subversive. You could say that supermarkets are subversive, grocery stores are subversive, because they want to encourage you to spontaneously buy and to buy items that you might not otherwise buy. You can say it's subversive, but you can't say it's anarchist. They're not the same thing. But Bronner, and I love my audience, and I'm glad the audience is interacting, but you're not going to convince me on this. You're not. The arguments you're making aren't reaching me. And that's fine. I still love you as my audience, and I still love your input, but I disagree wholeheartedly, and that's okay. You don't have to agree with me. You can say, Mike, well, you just don't get it. Okay, I just don't get it. That's fine. You can say, Mike, well, but it's better. Okay, but I don't see it. I do not see the value in it. And I can't and I will not advocate for it because I do not see a value in it. So that's okay. It's all right. Grace is funny. Does not matter how small government you are, anarchists call you statist. Well, yeah, I am into small government, but I do believe in government. And I do believe in centralized government. And I do believe in rules and regulations and enforcing rules and regulations. That's why I'm a conservative Republican. I got no problem with that. That's my viewpoint. That's where I come from. And I've yet to see a better system in the history of mankind than what we see in the United States. I take no disrespect. If you are looking at the definition in the purest sense that a statist is someone who believes in a state centralized government, yes, of course I am. I have no problem with that. That's not a disrespect. That's a fact. It's empirically correct by the purest sense of the term statist. If you believe in a state government, a centralized, organized infrastructure of government, that's a state. That makes a state, and therefore, if you believe in that, you're a statist. Yes, I am. I do not take that as an offense because it's not offense. That is just a fact. It's not, you're not insulting me by saying that. You're just saying that's a fact. This is how I believe. This is what I think of. So yeah, I don't take it as insult to tell the truth and to point out a fact. Now, is that the classic common usage of statist? No, that's a different meaning. But in the purest sense, is that correct? Absolutely. And I can't sit there and go, gee, that's not, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I believe in centralized government with organized rules. Absolutely. Do I want a small one? Absolutely. Do Democrats want a big one? Absolutely. But yeah. Gracie says, there's never been a better document than the 10 Commandments, other than the 10 Commandments, than the U.S. Constitution, if we only used it more. Actually, you'd be surprised, Gracie. If you ever read the Constitution of the Soviet Union, that was actually a brilliant document in the way it was written and what was said in the document. It was brilliantly, it was more political poetry, and it was more for the inspiration to try and inspire more socialists to exist in the world. It was meant to spread the ideology. But the Soviet Union's constitution was a brilliant document. None of it was accurate. None of it actually happened. The difference between what was on paper and what was reality is incredible. But I bring that up because a lot of people miss. There's a lot of brilliant things that have been said on paper. Reality is entirely different. The thing that makes America great isn't just that we have a constitution and the amendments, which are carefully, very, very carefully worded. Every single word is written in full understanding of the meaning of that word. In fact, several meanings of each and every word that was put there. It was well structured, well understood, well defined, so that anyone, no matter what their level of intelligence and knowledge of law, would be able to read the document and understand the meaning in that. Very well structured. It's one of the reasons why it's one of the best. But what makes it even more, and the reason why it stands out in history, is because it's also functional. Unlike the Soviet Union's constitution, which is a beautiful document, but completely useless and had nothing to do with reality, the United States Constitution is the bedrock of this country 250 years later. Now, have there been some flaws, some warps, some tweaks that have been made to it? Absolutely. That's human nature. But the core of our nation, even 250 years later, is still attached to and supported by that original document and its original meaning. That you don't see in pretty much any country anywhere in the world. That's almost unheard of in terms of founding documents of other nations and other countries. You just don't see that. That connection, that connectivity, that value that we have in the Constitution. That's why America 250 was so important. We are so strongly attached to and connected to and foundationally supported by the Constitution. And it is such a freeing document. It is such a uplifting document that we rose up from being a non-entity. As states go, as countries go, we were a non-entity. With the first 13 colonies, we were nothing. And we have risen in 250 years to be the world power, unquestionably, with some of the freest people, with the highest quality of life, all at the same time. The envy of every other nation in the world. We have lines 2 million people deep every year. For every year that I have been alive, for every year since I have been alive, 58 years, there have been at least a million people trying to get into America legally and waiting. And the line now is 2 million people deep. And illegally, we have always had hundreds of thousands from when I was a child to now 50 million people who are living in the shadows in America, because being in America in the shadows as a criminal, as an illegal alien, which is a criminal, is still worth more than living in their home countries. That's how great America is. So it's not just the Constitution, it is the way we enact the Constitution. And many people will say, but I'm not free enough. Name another country where you're freer. There isn't one. Name another country where you have everything combined that you have in America. It doesn't exist. If it did, there would be millions of people trying to get into that country instead of America. And there isn't. There is no other country that can boast that we have 5,000 people trying to leave the country and we have 2 million trying to legally enter. And we have 50 million that are already here illegally. So there is no comparison there. There are no voluntary governments either. Voluntary and chaos. Anarchy is defined by chaos, by the word chaos, not by the word voluntary. No. Thank you, Bronner. Actually, you guys kept me going for an extra half hour. I was going to end the show about half an hour ago. But by definition, anarchy is, just to point out, by definition, anarchy is disorder. Voluntary cooperation is the political meaning attached to that political philosophy. That's not the definition of anarchy. And are there voluntary hierarchies? Yes and no. Yes and no. You can argue that. But again, that's philosophical politics. That's philosophical politics, not real world politics. And as most people who see the show, I deal with real world. I understand a lot of the theory, but I deal with the world itself, which is an entirely different thing. All right. So with that being said, I hope people have found this to be interesting, informative, at least in part. I hope to have pissed off Khanna as well. I have no problem pissing him off. But I hope everyone found something, whether it's a bit of entertainment, whether it was interesting to hear the theoretical debate that was going on about anarchism, and maybe that's something you want to look into more for yourself. Fantastic. I hope that you don't take anything I say as 100% true. I want you to, if it's something that you care about, that is important to you, go look it up. Spend an hour. Find out more for yourself. I will have links in the next hour or so. I will have links to everything that I've discussed today and a few things more in the description on YouTube and on Facebook, YouTube and on Rumble. And you'll be able to look that over for yourself, and you'll be able to start there. Read the stories that I didn't read in full, and see if it still means the same thing to you. See if that's still important to you. Maybe go and find other sources in addition to the ones I use. I try to find only credible left-leaning sources wherever possible. That's not always possible. But I do try to find left-leaning, credible, internationally credible news sources to provide information to you. So you can always look at another one. Maybe you want to see the way the BBC covered a story, or the way the Times of India covered the story, or the Nikkei, Nikkei News, which would be the Japan news. Maybe you want to see how they covered it. Go right ahead. Sky News out of Australia, and see how they cover the same news articles, and then learn for yourself and make your own decision. Maybe you agree with me. Maybe you disagree. But now you're informed, and you now have a little bit more power. That's what I hope to always impart on you guys when I do a show. I hope you've enjoyed the Sunday show. This is, we've been doing it for 9 years now. So I hope that you guys will enjoy that. And I will talk to you again very, very soon. I see you, Bronner. I see you. And I look forward. I was just looking over some comments. I'm getting a definition for the political definition of anarchy, not. But anyway, that's another thing. But I thank you all. Remember, on Monday at 7 p.m., I will be on with the Monday Opinion Roundtable, and we'll have all four guys, Libertarian or Democrat, me as the Republican, and an independent, all together talking about politics of the day. We'll enjoy that. We'll have a great time with that. I will be taping another episode of Radically Conservative at Lehman College on Wednesday. That'll be interesting. We'll have some new episodes of that coming up soon. But until the next time, folks, I want to thank you. Please remember, subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. It costs nothing, but it matters. I'll talk to you all again very, very soon.